What if that worked? Success. Unbelievable. Well, despite my huge amount of bitching and moaning, that was user error as usual. And I'd like to extend a little apology to our friend Megaran for accidentally streaming all over his channel with the fascinating content of trying to figure out why my channel said I was offline, even though I could see my video screen. Oh, that video screen was on Rand's feed, which I have set to just show on a sort of a little card on my channel when I'm offline. You see, I had forgotten that a year ago, when we came through on tour, Ran spent an afternoon streaming from up here in the studio, and his Steam secret key was still in my OBS. There are many profiles in OBS, and whichever one I was using to stream Mad Max a couple months ago is not the one I'm using now, apparently. Oops. Oopsie daisels. Anyway, that was dumb as hell. Sorry about that, kids. All right, where were we? So, over the hill and not that far away is the little valley where I began some 1,500 hours ago this particular game of Satisfactory. And there was no hover pack then. They recently put this game into the 1.0 release, and they did a lot of stuff that's got real sort of quality of life improvements, such as making the range of how far away you can be from something that is electrified for your hover pack to work be greatly extended. So, much farther you can now be with your hover pack. Let's switch to my bar full of these things. Let's see what you got. 30 a minute. That won't do. Jack that up to 250% at the cost of increased electricity ratio. And this still doesn't tell me what it's going to be, but this should. I can get 1650 waters out of here per minute. Great. Because right over here... Hold on. These guys are little walking bouncy castles. Bounce. 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 Right over here. Let's see, we're gonna delete you guys. We're gonna point you this direction instead. Not only can you now use this very convenient hovering backpack, your other option being... Oh, that didn't work. Oh, that's why. The other option being this jetpack, which is also nice for transversing, but doesn't let you just pause mid-air and work on your factory designs the way this one does. So, if you're playing Satisfactory and wondering how to quick switch, they really should put in a quick switch button between the two different kinds of hover pack. But you can bust a little tab, and then you see these things up here, your equipment shortcuts. Doesn't say, but those are numbers 1, 2, and 3. They move around depending what's on in your inventory. Like, for instance, if I get rid of that, now this is 1. So just, if you're able to keep that in the first position, tab 1, tab, tab 1, tab. quick switch. Quick switch workaround. Takes a little bit of nimble fingerliness. So, check these guys out. Fill that up with speed shards. How about you? Speed shards? Speed shards. And our friend here. Speed shards for everybody. All right, these 3 copper nodes are now going to hork out 600 per minute each of raw ore. Raw ore what? Screams out the part of your mind devoted to dad jokes. Here comes some yummy conveyor belt action. We're not concerned today with how pretty everything is, but actually we're always concerned exactly how pretty everything is. So, every ugly thing represents a terrible failure. Now, what else do we want to do here? How about, instead of suffering, we pre-plan a little. Hi, Brandon Pace. Hi, Mr. Hawks. Show me how many fools be watching. I cannot tell from the page. Oh, there it is, 14. Hi, 14 people. So instead of suffering, which is always a valid option, you could always choose to suffer, but instead of suffering, we are going to build some foundation so that our little bit of factory that we're going to put over here in this otherwise mostly unblemished little valley with a nice waterfall will not be hard to build on, because the raw ground creates various issues. So we're gonna zoop our shits. Zoop mode means you can draw a little line of the thing you want. The thing you want. Oh dear. We need to get some more electricitals so that it's easier to fly. So let's do that. Here we're running out, and then we get close again. So let's do that just temporarily for flying purposes. Okay. Now, due to the physics of this alien planet, things will just float in the air. Like this block right here. Floating. No issue. But aesthetically, we prefer to have things look as though they are properly supported. If they ever put things falling apart and plummeting physics in this game, we are all going to feel so confused by all of our shit tumbling apart at once. Another thing they've recently added, and I used to use a mod for this, blueprints. All factory games really ought to have blueprints. It is a big part. Something I'm very glad that I've now gotten rid of in this game is inventory management. Look how small my little grid. It looks huge because you don't know what all these icons are, but oh my gosh, that's not enough to hold all the materials for all the construction one might desire to do. Therefore, I chose the wrong thing. Therefore, it is awesome that you don't have to do that anymore in the late game, which I am permanently in, because there's now interdimensional portals. And if you have enough of the very high-level things, you can build these little interdimensional storage crates and feed stuff into it using conveyor belts. And now all this shit is just permanently available to me in my inventory. Sort of in my inventory. I can see my access to it in the inventory here. So if I need some concrete, kashwang! I pulled it out of the ether, and you can see it is slowly filling up again at a rate that is reasonably slow, but plenty for most construction that I want to do. Isn't that lovely? Thank you, Coffee Stain Studios. Okay, we've got some platform action. We've got some water up the hill. We've got some copper right here, a grand total of 1,800 a minute. Are we going to turn all of that into copper bars and then copper dust, which is the thing that I don't have enough of up at the factory? Why not? Let's try. Oh, but am I going to have to build it over my gaping hole? Front, why are you talking about gaping holes on the stream? Front, how come we can't see you? Nobody has said that in the chat, but I'm projecting. Well, the reason I'm not on camera this morning is because I'm neither dressed nor beautiful. And one should be really at least one of those things at all times. While online, you gotta be either dressed or beautiful. You can't not be both of those at once. It's not pleasing. To anyone. But let's see how many we can do. Somebody in the chat tell me if my voice is getting through on this chat. I'm not at all convinced that it is, and that would be real funny if I were just talking to myself in here. I don't want that. I did that wrong. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's line it up like that, in case anyone has OCD. Let's see how much this can do for us. We'll take this one. So these can get rid of 15 copper a minute. And I've got 1,800 copper to get rid of. Do I want to build 100 of these? Feel somewhat confident that I do not. Therefore, let's just do enough for now. Touched on this a little bit before, but I don't have to kill the fauna no more because of the wonderful hovering that it's now possible to do. Oh, look at that. Missed. Perfectly missed my little support beam for my railway. All right, let's just do this many and see how we feel. Of course, by the... Whoa. Oh. If you get too far away from the electricity, the better hover pack no longer functions. Let's do some of this action. There's another new feature. You can, kind of cat's cradle your shits, which is nice. That way I can get that under. And now I can get rid of this guy. La-dee-dee, right under the track. Still not exactly beautiful, but it'll do. Sample this, turn it into the number 3, replace it in place. And now I can get some more electricity around here so that I'm not plummeting out of the sky from time to time, which nobody enjoys, except for certain danger-seeking skydivers. Among whose ranks I do not count myself. That didn't look like it hit. It didn't. They've also added holding down control to kind of align the thing you're placing, which kind of works, which is kind of great when it kind of does. Got a panicked call from Ran about the fact that I was fucking up. Oops. Oops, you're fucking up, my dear friend calls to tell me. Yep. Eventually figured that out. Okay. Let's say we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 of these in a row. And they were each doing 10 a minute. I'd rather have 16 in a row. What if it was 37 and a half? 16 is 600 times 2.5. 1,500. 2 divided by 16 times 14. 13, 12. Still too many. All right. Got a plan. I got a plan. What did we say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, 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 ooh. My new plan is... we're just going to do 13 facing each way. 13, which is going to spit out. First of all, it's going to cost 15 copper ore times 25, 47, no problem. It's going to be less than one of those, and it's going to work out just about even 1,200 with our new level 6 belts that can finally move 1,200 items a minute. Very thrilling. So next up, that. We'll just copy that setting and paste it everywhere. Very good. We see all our lights are yellow, which means would be working fine. There wasn't something gumming up the works, such as nothing attached to the input. All right, so we're going to take one of you fine gentlemen. We're going to again a little interrupt. Going to start with you. We don't need to be this beautiful. Bring this 600 under here. I'm going to find our little toolbar that we made. Who's the plural here? Was I crowned the word regent of something or other? Okay. That little fella. Point him that way. Absolutely wrong. Do it again. It. Get one of these, point in that direction. Happiness and joy will be ours. You can take splitters. Why don't you want to line up? You do. Oh. Aim it into the correct hole. That's not what she said. Also, this is the frickin' inputs. Gosh darn, snarble, flarble. Those are the outputs. That's okay. I want those to be the outputs. Says Pee-wee as he emerges victorious from yet another bicycling accident. Okay. So what do we actually want to do here? How about we combine two of these into one? So you can have a thing, and you can have a thing. Everybody gets to have a thing. For the purpose of thing having, let's do a little combinator. Let's begin again. Little combinator. Not my favorite opiate rapper. But he's okay. Little combinator. A little combine there. A little combine here. And then, ooh, our fancy new level 6 belt that carries all 1,200 of what's going to come out of there now. You want to do it like that? Just pop it right up? Why not? After all, who could hope to stop us? Now, we have a reason to split things like this. Do I want to do it that tight? I think I don't because of the water. Let's do it about like that. Okay. That'll be good. That'll be good. I'm holding down control. Makes this a lot faster. Kind of snaps into where I want it, but as we see, it's not ultra reliable. I still have to keep my wits about me, such as they are. Ah! Forgot to do this. Our new plan involves this much of that much. Shoop. It's now going to send out 93.75 per minute. I'm going to be generating 1,200 plus 3/4 of one and 18. 12,018 and 3/4 per minute in this row of 13 from each side. And my belt can handle 1,200. 1,218 and 3/4. So 18 and 3/4 will cause backupage. Or I could underclock, or I could not max clock this one exactly by that amount. If my OCD were slightly more debilitating, that's what I would do. Why not always use this? Well, these power shards are still a little precious. I have to hunt weird slugs off of rocks and trees and put them through various machines, and that's how I make those power shards. So they have been limited in availability throughout this game. However, the new 1.0 has a thing that I still haven't gotten together yet, which is building those out of renewable resources. So that's real exciting. There are also now recipes that eat them on an ongoing basis. So anyway, that's reason one, to not always just dump power shards in everything. Reason two is the power usage. It goes up. See, I'm able to make the machine run 250% faster. 100% plus 3 50% shards. But the power usage goes up considerably more than 250%. So there's a disconnect in the ratio of increased power usage to increased speed. So the most power efficient way to do everything, I didn't need to do that, would be to, as I do these pastes, you see it sticks those in for me and does the slider for me. Pasting. That was another feature that I was glad when they added to the game. Really makes a lot of things more fun, less tedious. So what else were we doing here? Ah, yes. First we want the through. Again, these are all pulling from my quantum inventory, or whatever you would want to call it. I don't see them slowly filling back up. Maybe I had enough in hand for those things. Doesn't matter. Okay. More inputs. So, you can turn raw copper ore into copper ingots. Ingots. Sounds like I won an award for my play and my album. And my singing. And a movie I was in. My ingots can get made in here with water at a much higher efficiency rate for the copper ore usage, which is why I have to do it in this great big refinery building instead of a relatively humble little smelter. A little smelter would give me a 1-to-1 on the ore. This thing gives me a 6-to-15, which it just, I don't know. Water, I live in California, water should not seem so valueless. But kind of does. For these 13 now at 250, I'm gonna need 25 apiece. Which is only 325 water. Is that right? All right. I may not have to overclock this pump at all, but we will leave it that way for now. Is this really going to be 120? Hard to tell. I think that number is not going to update till it is pumping. So why don't you pump a little? There we see it. Now it is updated. 300 comes out of here. Which means this other 120 is also going to be 300. Two 300s is 600, which is the most that a level 2 pipe can hold. I just ate a fruit for no good reason. If you'd like to hear a nerdcore song about eating fruit, why don't you listen to my buddy Megaran's relatively recent children's album. It's called Buddy's Magic Playground. Toy Box. Buddy's Magic Toy Box. It's called something with the word buddy in it. And it is motherfucking delightful. You really ought to check it out and enjoy it. First check it out, then enjoy it while checking it out. But first you have to initiate checking it out, at which point what happens here? Why do you turn red, you buggy object? How about right there? Right there, you're perfectly happy. Okay. What we're gonna do, we're gonna rock a stack of these guys. I'm gonna zoop them until we're at a pleasing height. Does that seem to correspond? Pretty close. Close enough, as they say, for government work. That's a little way to cut pipe. There should just be a tool to cut the pipe, but there's not. So you can add a valve and then delete the other section, and voila, your pipe is sliced. All right. We're gonna see, that doesn't want to go any farther than about there. So we'll put another stack. Right. Why be precious with it? We'll do it right here. What are we doing? 3? Yeah. So about every 4 of these guys, we'll do another one. Perfect. We'll do this one right here. And we will see. I didn't finish my thought. On Buddy's Magic Toy Box, the Megaran album, you will find a song about fruit. Give me the fruit! It's a kid's album. It's got songs about recess, bullying, learning each other's names. Endless barrage of delightful topics. Charmingly rendered in beautiful songs. So, I recommend that. Whether you got a kid or whether you just like fruit. Give me the F, give me the R, give me the U, I, T, give me the fruit. Oh, shoot. I want to do that. Getting fancier than necessary. Because these pipes are actually going to feed both sides, and they will not be able to feed both sides with a single 600 feed butt. as it goes. Partway through. We'll run a second line of water over here. Oh, why so fussy? That's all right. These are pipes are way bendier than belts. You don't have to be all that careful to line stuff up, unless you're worried about how it looks when you look at it again and think, what's the matter? Am I depressed? Why is all my stuff hella wobbly and not lined up? I wonder, I don't know. Well, unfortunately that means I need... just a little more pipe. Because you're going to be going 2 directions, not 1. You have displeased me. You are deleted. Okay. Give me the F, give me the R, give me the U, I, T, give me the brute. You can use pumps, which you have to electrify, and which have limited head lift. Or you can use gravity. See, look at that wobbly shit. Is everything okay at home? It's fine. I'm just not going to be over here looking at this very often. So I'm not too concerned about how symmetrical it is. This is not a fashion model's face at a Vogue cover shoot. It is some polygons. Bringing water. Here we go. So, now we are guzzling 25 water a minute. Horking 93.75 copper ingots out of our poop chutes. And in a moment, we will have everything we ever desired. That seems unlikely, but we will have the things we were trying to figure out earlier. We will have them figured out even. Okay. Don't like that. I'm gonna hide this little thing. Right there. As you can see, wires are allowed using the alien technologies we've discovered on our journey. They're allowed to just clip right through any old thing. Anything that it lets you place is allowed to clip through anything else. You are not allowed to clip through things in the world, which seems a little unfair. What's next? Hi, Philomorph. I too like using conveyor floor holes, but we're not in a factory setting right now. We're out in the wild. Just throwing up some quickie quicks to take care of a little hole in our production line. So, let us rock this conveyor splitter. Nope. We want to rock this conveyor merger. Much better thing to rock. I'm going to do this, and this, and this. And then we're going to do some of this action. I like aligning it so that you can just have a little double click to accomplish the thing you want. And then you have less of that wonkiness, which often there is wonkiness available to you when trying to aim belts from too far away. So let's use our fancy Mark 6 belt here, with which we will extract all, oops, wonky, all 1,200 of these guys. Now, if the blueprinting works the way it does in Factorio or Dyson Sphere program, I could take this whole line that I just spent 20 minutes making and paste it again or something. We could even do a little mishmashy if I could do things like partially blueprint things and have it connect to the belts and pipes of another blueprint. None of that's possible yet. Hopefully they will have a more robust blueprinting. So if I wanted to do that, I'd have to manually build all of these and hook them up again and do that again. And I don't feel like I need to do that right now. Not on a stream. Therefore, we will just have 1/2 of what we wanted out of life. And we will be satisfied with that. But as we see, it's all nice and open and ready for the other half to get built as needed. All right. Now what we would like to do is come back over here. No, I think we want our train station over there. But let's... I like the spaghettis. Spaghetti you down below. This is just absolutely the wrong ass way to do it. I can't abide. I can't abide. I can't be showing off worst practices. Not on a stream. Let's try that again. You're gonna come right over here. You're gonna dip so briefly beneath here. Not like that, you're not. How about like this, though? Yes. You're gonna dip there, and then you're gonna come upstairs, and that's where we're gonna do this business. Upstairs. Let's have another little area. We can even use our glorious, recently implemented, and not heavily exploited. Oof. Except that's too much underground. I don't want that. So no blueprints after all. Now, I don't think I need too much here. I think I can get away just a little bit. Just a real janky little platform. And I think that'll do us. Because we just want a few constructors. Let's double check that copper powder has only one recipe, which indeed it only has just one little recipe. because it wasn't a schmelt. My 4K is getting downsized to 1080 for this stream. I have most of the UI jacked up to large, but you'll maybe notice my cursor is the tiniest little goddamn dot. If you can see it. Yeah, anyway, that's why. It's not really that small for my eyeballs. Constructor indeed is what we're looking for. So here's one of these guys. Do I even have a blueprint already for constructors? 12 constructors. Clearly don't need that many. But why not? Use them. I have them. Let's use them. Gadonk. Oh god, I love not having all this stuff in my inventory. All of it was in here. See, and it's filling up back at headquarters. Going right into the interdimensional nonsense machine. Oh, why is packaged fuel not filling up? Is there an issue? I have potentially some issues. See, I was able to clip this into the ground, and it's gonna work just fine. Okay. Problem with using that is now I don't totally remember what's what. Ba-dum-bum-bum. But we did, in fact, manage to get that the right direction. Just for the giggles, we will have the requested conveyor lift hole. Right there to get it out of the way of the output. Get a nice one of these guys. We'll replace in place you and you. You. We'll see how many of these copper dusties. This search is a little... See, it's not capitalized, didn't find it. Oof. Am I going to fill out a bug report? No, I am not, Coffee Stain Studios. But you're going to eventually notice that searching, newly implemented searching, only sort of works. 300 a minute! All right. So for our 1200, we only need 4 of these bad boys. Is that right? It's a little early in the morning. I've only had one coffee. You guys eat 300 a minute each for a grand total of 1,200? You sure can. Wow. I'm going to need way more of those machines to use these. But I'll let them sit. It's fine. And we will... you connecty, and we will get, you know what? Yeah, there's plenty coming. I'm not going to do that. Okay. I was contemplating a bad idea. And then I successfully stopped having that bad idea. So, where were we? Copy you. Pasty, pasty, pasty. Let's do all of them while we're at it. Just because one dislikes discovering later that one forgot to do such things. Okay, 1,200 there, 1,200 for another, and the last 600. That's actually exactly as many of these as I would need if I were to exploit all of that copper in this manner. So, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 600 outputs total. Can continue to use this. Belt size. I like this is also new, the straight build mode where it goes in a straight line and then takes 90-degree turns. So trying to get things to look nice without that was troublesome. However, it does not bother me that grass is growing on my conveyor belt and that the items will clip right through it. I just feel like that's interdimensional phase shifting that I am deeply entitled to. This, however, this little business where that thing's jutting out with no visible means of support, too irritating. Another recent addition, you can lock your hologram in place, move it around a little bit, although not vertically, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll add that. And then commit. All right, there, that looks held up enough. Okay. Where were we? Interesting. Why don't we get our sort of minimums? Why don't we just stop digging around and do this the correct way? Ooh, neither of those angles are going to be pleasing. But you know what? Life moves forward. It's not that bad. That could be worse. Okay. Now those four fine fellas are going to spit out 600 a minute of that business. And now when you build a train station, you can in fact, build it up on stuff. And I want it to do that because this is kind of flat here, but it has these cool little crusty boys who I do not wish to clip through. So let's see if I can get on top of them. Gonna be an okay angle. Let's have a couple of freight platforms. By a couple, I mean 3. And then, now this is not how we do our trains anymore, but we are going to have some two-way action on this train station. Because it is only going one place. And this little two-way track is obsolete at the moment. Nobody's driving on it. It used to go in that cave, deep into the mountain, find some uranium, mine it, keep going up, drop off the uranium over where my original nuclear facilities are, and then come back and go all the way back up there over to headquarters where it would fill up on all the other stuff that was needed over at nuclear processing. Lots and lots of inventory, raw materials. It no longer does that. I make all those raw materials various places. I ship them in to my much larger nuclear facility, and things are largely groovy. are annoying me. You are annoying me! What I'm really annoyed by is my own quite wretched planning. So, that's okay. We will use the power of Wiggle Wobble. It's too far to Wiggle Wobble there. This is really just, in general, not a Wiggle Wobbleable situation. What's my solution here going to be? Why are you not working? Having an issue. My quick bars stopped working. That's another interesting little bug. It's okay. We have other ways to get to the things. Block signal. Now, does my little trick of breaking belts and pipes work with my new ability to stick block signals? Yeah, it does! I didn't know that. I knew that it started letting you build block signals in arbitrary places instead of at junctions. Now it actually lets you snip your track. Oh, I like that. I like that very much. There's only ever one train on this line, so it doesn't need block signals at all, but it has them. It now has them. Okay. Oh wait, there did used to be a second runner. Didn't there? Oh gosh, I forgot. My very original nuke processing was inside the cave where the uranium was, because it used to be really very difficult to deal with radioactive areas, so you tried to consolidate it. Now you can fly and have your running legs on and have your hazmat suit on and have your poison gas filter on, all at the same time. As we see here, head, body, back, and legs all have different slots. That all used to be one slot, so you could not fly at all in radioactive areas without dying pretty quickly. And that was very challenging, as I think they intended it to be, but a little too challenging. Okay. This station we're going to call Big Hole Copper, because there's a big hole here going all the way to the bottom of the universe. I could plummet down that hole right now if I were not so responsible with my flesh. Okay. Big Hole Copper. These guys are all set to load. Now, how fussy do we want to be? The answer is not all that fussy. So we're going to try to get a fairly straight thinger. We're going to split out of it. My quick bar works again. I'm going to...
Yes, you're such a growly boy. You're so growly. Yes, you are.
We're going to... do this spaghetti-licious right across our ridge here. Under that, just to be cute. Is it cute? Well... It's cute enough for government work. Absolutely needless behavior there on our part. We're also going to interrupt that briefly to do this. And that belt will eventually be, I think... Why eventually? Let's just do it. We have the technology. Both of those ingredients that I need for this belt upgrade that I'm doing right here, I don't even know what they're called. One of them's time crystal, I think. Those are all new from 1.0. Oof, frame rate. Does not like in-place belt upgrades. That one was a mistake, actually. That one does not need it. Okay, so there we have a belt that goes much faster than our existing output levels. We have this business. More correctly done down here for reasons, but... Ooh, frame rate. Be still my beating frame rate. IODG King. Hello, everyone in chat. All right. You work on that. I will return to headquarters. All right, if you've been watching me dick around in this little valley with a sinkhole in it for this whole stream, all 1 hour of dicking around in this valley. Oh, look at that drone on its way to do its business. You will now enjoy me heading over to headquarters. The first version of this game that I played when it very, very first went to early access, this has all been one save. I think I've never started a second save in this whole game. Maybe I did, actually. Come to think of it, I did, but fairly early on, like after I just learned stuff. So this valley was my starting area. Sort of where that big radio tower is, that's where I first built stuff. You can see a couple floors of factory. That has been largely cleaned out into my second giant factory. And there's my third sort of and final factory that I've just gotten started on. We're speaking, of course, of mega factories, these satellite factories that just have one or two dedicated purposes. Those we will find all over the map. Interconnected by this two-way train network that I eventually made. Originally, I used this, well, this would be more properly called a two-way because it had trains going forward and backward on a single track. This has one-way traffic on two parallel tracks, and that's how the whole rest of the train system is built all over this big-ass map. Okay. So here we are at headquarters. They eventually added these drones, which have kind of low throughput, but for things that don't need a lot of throughput, it's great. You can get all the way across the map without building a train station over there or train tracks to service the train station or, God forbid, conveyor belts. So in here is all the stuff. Your sort of main purpose in the game is to upload, to load and then shoot upwards in this space elevator to this low orbit platform. Hard to manufacture items. What are they building up there? Some kind of terrible weapon system, probably. It'll be funny if when I finish, hey buddy, you can fly. If when I finish they just nuke the whole planet and all of my factories disappear. That'll be super funny. but I don't know what they're building up there. We can see that I've almost finished phase 5 in the upper right corner. I think that that's the last phase. There were only 4 phases up until the 1.0 release, so that's new. I still have to make 256 of whatever those are and 200 of those dangerous bombs. So we could work on that, but what I've done now is run out of copper nodes around here. And we need that copper dust I just made a good stream of to feed into these particle accelerators, which are horking out an item that I used to only need for spitting up there. So it was okay that I was making them slowly, because I didn't really need them for any ongoing concern. But now, look at that sad little belt, bringing 1 along every however long. I don't think it's really quite enough. I need at least 15 a second. 15 a second, a minute. I need at least 15 a minute. And I don't think I'm getting that many. How many am I getting? Yeah, less than 3 a minute. 2 1/4 a minute. Yikes. In fact, I don't even think this setup with these machines is going to do it. I might have to expand a little bit. Which is sad, because I have my platform so well supported by these beams. Look at my beams. I got 3 beams in the back and 2 in the front. That's totally holding that up. No issue whatsoever. That's right. All right, so down here, hanging over a little bit of an abyss, which is where I love to build things, is HQ Nukes, which is a long train that brought 1 car each of all these things that used to be necessary for nuclear production. Most of them still are, except beacons are no longer even going to exist. Look, let me pick one up, look at it in my inventory, and it says, we're gonna get rid of this shit. Stop fucking with it. Yeah, no more beacons in the game. No more beacons in the production chain for nuclear fuel, for uranium fuel rods. And this whole train no longer goes to where that happens. Instead, individual trains with all these things go from places where a lot of them are built and take them over there. So, here's how you used to have to get upwards a great distance, like farther than you could. You used to use these little bouncy pods. Now I just have the hover pack. Okay. So, since we're not using any of this train station anymore, we're gonna repurpose 5 platforms. Perfect. And we're gonna make a little station. Uh-oh. It no longer lets you just build into the air using the incredible tensile strength of the train platform. Am I going to be really sad that I deleted those? Shoot, let's find out. It now makes you build platforms that fully support your train endeavors. Well, let's do that then. That already has one. Rather ugly. But I ain't concerned. Oops. Now let's see what you'll let me do. You can sample things for building. Oh, come on now. Whose clearance am I overlapping? You? But you're clipping right through the dang environment. I used to desperately need this little thing to get from down here here. And again, that was before hovering existed. For no good reason. Ah! He just drove off a cliff. He did not used to do that. Did he retain his inventory when he did that? Come on, I want to read your... I don't want to drive you. I want to see your inventory. Oh well. I can just check right here. Where, yes, there's plenty. Just for fun, I programmed that car to drive a tiny amount of processed iron from right over there to right here, and to gas up on coal, I think. Absolutely unnecessary nonsense behavior on my part, but I did it. All right, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to try again. Train station. What's your problem now? Uneven surface? Are you joking me around right now? Better not be, because I'm clipping through that. No, it's gotta be this business here. That is janky. Is it gonna work though? Is that gonna do the thing I want? Yes, it is. True foolishness. Okay. Cool. Alright, here's a station. Just touching the butt of that other station. And we don't care. So we want this to be HQ... What was it called again? Copper dust powder. HQ powder drops right here. We have room over here to do this? Sure. One. Come on now. I want some more of this little nonsense to solve your foot, your weird foot problem. Listen, man, if you got a weird foot problem, go to the podiatrist. Don't bring it to me. We're also going to, if we can, put in a last empty platform. Ugh. Except it doesn't like it, so we'll just do this. Okay. It's a little janky. Little janky. Held up by two thick columns. Oh my gosh. That guy's really failing. But as we can see, he gets warped back to his desired path. Let's help him out a little with some rocks. These probably weren't there when I made this path, this driving path. But anyway, they're really not there now. He's gonna keep doing his deliveries, they're just gonna be real slow. And I don't know what's relying on his deliveries within the factory, but it's probably something that's not actively happening. Okay. Said all you'd unload. That should have copy-paste functionality, but does not. I'm going to make a little train. Get down tonight. It seems as though I'm making things by magic, if you don't play this game. They are, in fact, using up resources that I have painstakingly created through production chains upstairs and fed into my little inventory warper that so helpfully sends that inventory to me. constructing things. Okay. Let's name this train. We're gonna call it the Copper Dust. We're gonna call it the Planted Evidence. Like when a copper sticks some angel dust in your pocket. Okay, it's going to go to... Oh, there's really not too many on this line, is there? It's gonna go to HQ Powder Drop, and it's gonna go to Big Hole Copper. Over here, it's gonna do... It's gonna wait till the whole shebang is sheboigled. I don't know how to do anything other than wait for a second. That seems to be the minimum. Over here, it's gonna do the same goob. And then that's gonna be this train's whole job in the world. You going? You're not going how I wanted you to be going, buddy. Station unreachable. Very interesting. Well, let's drive there and see if that's true. So I'm manually driving this train now. If I let my hand off the gas, it will slowly but surely stop. How could it be unreachable? There's so little involved in reaching it. Just go past my water extraction, my large-scale copper operation. Down to my new small-scale copper operation. Turn left up here. Here we are. Ooh, boy. It did not care for that quick-ass stop. Huh. Ah. Station 88. That's the issue. Very good. So, this is the one that we want to call what were we calling it? Big Hole Copper? This one does not even need to actually be a train station. So no one will ever be pulling into it from that direction and trying to do anything. Pull in over there, and then we will go home. But I think it doesn't hurt anything to just leave it there, so let's leave it there and ride the rails. The F, give me the R. I-T. ODG King 81, your username is reminding me that my buddy, whose last name is King, texted me the other day. I haven't written him back. Stop playing Satisfactory and start being good at communicating with humans. What's that? I went past a little lump of radioactive ore. Alright, so that will now unload. I did everything right. Have some dust. needs to go up here. And we will cause it to attach. Oh my gosh, I love the hover pack. It is a humongous improvement. All right, let's have a merger. And screw it. Let's just do super fast belt. It's a little ugly, but oh my! This is not going to reach all the way down here, but it'll get pretty close, and then we can have another one. Just about like so. Get a little storage. You have to sort of double buffer all this stuff. Like, there's the train car, right? Uh-oh. Problems again. I feel like you are, but yeah, minute evidence having more troubles. The reason why, because there's 2 of those stations, so we will take care of that. What does Factorio do when you have 2 stations with the same name? Well, it just uses the one it can get to that's open. It has a whole routing logic that's very useful. This game is not as so sophisticated, but it's way fancier looking. Guys, you're so scary. Come on, let's go over here, okay? Let's go over here. Come and get me. Come and get me. Okay. I'm not just teasing them for fun. I actually needed them out of the way to do that. Let's have some these little guys. Is that pointing the right way? I think it is. I think it is. Uh-huh. So, here's the business. Oh boy, that's lucky break. That is not too big an angle. Your output's shut down for like 10 seconds when this guy's in loading mode and the thing's coming into there from the train. Therefore, in order to get 1 full belt of output, you need 2 belts. I did not do that right. Oopsie daisy! Therefore, you need 2 belts coming out of it and a buffer crate so that you can have uninterrupted output. It's not so important in this case, but there are a lot of cases where that matters a great deal. Is that going to go through? I can't tell. Yes. Good. Well done. Nice work. You guys are in my way again. I dislike killing growly animals. I will only do it if they're actively murdering me while I'm trying to get work done. And otherwise, I will leave them alone. We'll take one speedy belt. Which that wasn't. That is. It's funny, they get fatter and fatter as they get faster, and then the final super fast one becomes skinny again, because it is using a force field instead of a physical conveyor belt. Is the in-game reason, but now it's as skinny as the layer 1 move 60 a minute slow-ass version of that belt. Okay. Thanks for watching the stream, everybody. Very kindly of you. Hope everyone's doing well. Having a nice day. Their week has not been worrisome or otherwise displeasing. All right. How much can we milk out of these 3? We were just barely doing 100 copper powder a minute before for each of these 3, so I think we had 300 going. Maybe. Right, that's 150 and that's 150. Okay, so I guess we probably had 400 going. Which means we need to upgrade some of this business, because we just added... Does anyone remember how much we added from down the hill? I don't. Let's see, we had 4 going at 300. Is 300 turned to 50? Really? How many we had? Yeah, 300 turns to 50, so we had 4 of those, so we just got 200 more coming. Goodness gracious. What a pain in the butt it is to make copper dust. Sorry for the jankety frame rate here. It really doesn't like fading in place. But it's succeeding. Okay. So that's 200 more that we can add. So we can do that at a... These things are big energy hogs. And they also do not take a consistent amount of energy. Over the course of making one thing, they ramp up from 500 to 1500 megawatts of draw. And that will be made even more wildly varying. See if I should put it up 200%. We'll see after it finishes one. It's going to be more than 3,000 megawatts at the top end of that. So if I were being green about all this, if I were trying to save my energy, not be overclocking these kinds of machines at all. But at the moment I have way more energy than I need, so I'll worry about that later. Yeah, see, overclocking cost me 750 megawatts. Purely wasted, so that's my trade-off of space for energy use. We'll do another 50 there, and finally another 50 here. And that should use up all the copper that I just was doing. Now, is there plenty of these things coming? I guess we'll find out. There's a chance that there's not. Like, what are these guys supposed to be doing? Like, you are out of fused modular frames already. Why are you out of fused modular frames? I should have rebuilt this whole production line over at HQ2 over there instead of relying on this janky old factory that was top of the line 15 experimental versions of this game ago. But recipes have changed. Like, I have not at any point gone through and modernized in here and to make sure that things work well. So, what are you missing? Oh, is this just a recipe problem? That can't be accurate. Fused modular frame, radio control unit. You're a fused modular frame, and you're a radio control unit. So what's the ish? What's the ish? That's the problem. You were turned off. Why? Is it a supply issue? I bet that was off for a good reason. Only these 3 were on. I bet I built all these, figured out how little copper dust I was able to make, and then turned some of them off. So, looks like 3 were on. Are you also? No, you were on. What's your issue? Your issue? I'm confused. Fused modular frame, radio control unit. Have both those things. Oh, your output's broken. Oh, no, your belt's just full. This guy may not need to be turned on after all. But, you know what? It doesn't hurt to have these on. They back up and they just go idle and cost hardly anything. So we'll just let all those be on. And we will assume, I think correctly, that there are more than enough of those coming in for this business. All right. Now we're really gonna screw up our power draw. First, let's look at what's our power draw looking like. We're using about 50,000 megawatts. We're able to make about 285. That's plenty. Now, we are not earning tickets, which is what we would be doing with like our whole factory. We'd just be feeding, after we were done with all these upload phases of the real game goals, we would be feeding expensive stuff into the mulching machine, which earns us little tickets, which we can redeem for fun prizes. So we're not really doing that right now, which means most of this giant factory is pretty much sitting idle. The only thing we're really doing right now is making these guys, well, we're making, of course, construction materials, but those only get used when we construct things. What do we still need to upload? AI expansion server and ballistic warp drive. We'll get to that. So most of this stuff's not running. A little bit of this stuff is running. And if every machine in the world were turned on, we see that the draw would be 350. Which we would then, that would send us into a brownout, which we don't like. I also don't like that this line, the production line, is dipping up and down. That means I've probably got water supply problems over in my large nuclear plant, which I have not even visited since 1.0 came out. So I'm getting slightly more of these now. But I did not even double production on it. But now, to absolutely screw up my power usage, I am going to take these summer sloops, which I collected dutifully throughout the world for 1,000 hours, ending up with a couple hundred of them, and then finally in the 1.0 release, there is a use for them. The main use being certain machines after you've researched and are in nearly the end game, can be juiced to double output, not speed, but double output with the same amount of input. It just magically gives you 2 for 1. That costs 4 of these very rare summer sloops and jacks up, we will eventually see, instead of 1250 to 3750, $15,000. What was it a second ago? I don't know, but it is blown to hell by using those summer sloops that way. That is real expensive for energy. If I'm not crazy, it's also now making insane amounts of noise. Maybe that was just the end of its cycle. All right, from 3750 to 15K. That is wild. That is so pricey. All right, but we're gonna leave it that way for a while we're not using that energy for anything else. See our consumption now much higher, and it's gonna spike too, but I don't care if it spikes. I've got that giant building right there devoted to batteries, and this one has even more batteries. However, it is interrupted and not online. It's just holding the power. I think. Or is that the other one? Oh, that must be the other one. This one is dealing with spikes. Yeah, totally online. And stop that. Who's shooting me? Is it you? I don't care for being shot. But I won't kill you. So, over on the quiet side, we'll do that again. We have 59,000 megawatts storage. I'm consuming that much, I don't know per when? Wait, it shouldn't be watts, it should be joules, right? Megawatt hours. Okay. So, like, I could get 45 minutes at this draw rate to go get my power back online if my power went offline. Ooh! There's a hard drive that I got in the past, but it respawned for some reason, leaving me with, and I'm not complaining, more hard drives than I need. The only hard drives, there was like one recipe took a hard drive or something, one research recipe, but usually you just research them by themselves to get new recipes. And you find those scattered throughout the landscape, and you need various ingredients to get the casings open, and then you take the precious hard drive home.
Are your vessels functional or recreational?
Mostly functional.
The alien intelligence is talking to the AI
Correct.
boss.
A hog in the woods.
Emergency power. So if everything really broke
Yes, I think
and
they are.
my spike
They are
batteries
conduits,
died,
builders, breakers,
I could
defenders, and aggressors.
try and fix
cells
things,
within
come
a
here
larger
and turn
organism.
on long enough, hopefully,
We
to
do
just
not share a
like
body.
move the, like, get the power rolling again. This was a way bigger proportion of my hourly draw back when I built it. I could build it more, but that's not a very exciting thing to watch on the stream. Okay. let's get to the front of our factory. The other thing I don't like about Twitch, besides the amount of user error that I introduced to the Twitch experience, is that they limit their stream to their input to 6 megabit, which is like you can't do 4K, can't do like a very nice looking 60 frame at 1K. You can't. It's free. I get that they have a lot of dang video that they need to pump out all the time, and that's expensive. But YouTube lets me stream at 4K 60 frames. I may be doing it over there next time. So follow my socials where I will sometimes say that I'm about to do this, and not just. And follow my alternative YouTube, where I would be doing such a thing. Not the one where my music videos are, the one called Official. That's not the one. It's the alternate one. MC Frontalot. You'll find the banner. Interact with toilet. That's new. What should we try to flush down the toilet? I've never seen this before. Well, doctor, my stool is very hard, lumpy, carbon-rich, and black. And what happens? How do I flush? I guess that's just storage. Can't see it in there. That is pretty funny. Fluid dynamics for pioneers. That's funny too, because the fluid dynamics are the thing that people on the Reddit for this game are most trying to figure out how it works. That looks like a Meeseeks box. Fix It is the imaginary company. Can I get in here? I can't. This is all new. There's a mini game in here that you can play. That's funny. That's Windows 95. Oh, this all looks like Windows 95. 20 days since last incident. I think that's when you die and respawn. You can tame these guys with the berries, and then you can make them follow you over here, and then you can pen them where they will live in misery, slowly generating random objects, some of which are quite valuable. So that's what you are, buddy. You're a doggo farm. How did that get? I feel like that used to be centered on that pole, but it no longer is. I used to have so many doggos collected in here, 3 or 4 per square, that it overwhelmed, in an older version of the game, the enemy spawning system, and the whole world was just completely devoid of life, and it made me feel lonely that all those animals were not trying to kill me. So I shed a manly tear, and I blew up almost all of my doggos, my lizard doggos. Why is it Christmas on this alien planet? I don't know. The Europeans who make this game put in a whole Christmas event. It's not currently active, but these trees would be shitting out presents onto these conveyor belts. And my old factory floor is all devoted to Christmas time stuff. Like, you can make ornaments and snow and all this stuff and recombine into the stuff that eventually makes a giant Christmas tree, which was sitting right there. I deleted it because I wanted to put it, rebuild it over there, but then I don't think there's a way to build Christmas stuff outside of Christmas. But then it'll be Christmas again soon. Here's the underfloor of my headquarters mega factory. where I move conveyor belts around, and here's the central bus where I move a stack of all the important construction materials back and forth the length of the long factory, and then just split off to wherever they're needed. And here's a hole, which I may build into a beautiful way, because this guy, you can see way over there. Maybe I can catch a ride on him. Maybe I can't. He's gonna curve around. That's why that building's not any taller. He'll clip right through all your buildings, but I much prefer watching him fly free and clean and clear. Unobstructed. Unhindered by the interloper. That's me. I don't know if I want to just sit and watch him come all the way over here. Look at all that copper production. Using water. The same method we did at the beginning of the stream. So much of that. And up here, some of the more recent additions. Okay, buddy. Here you are. We're gonna watch you just skim right over all this stuff that I built to not interrupt your flight path. Oh, so close. Oh, god damn it. I gotta move that thing. And you go through here. Oh, just barely making it there. Oh, right under that walkway. Well, I screwed up here, didn't I? We're gonna take that and put that right there instead. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna go from that to there. And now everything's fine. I mean, I don't know that everything's fine, but he's not gonna clip through that particular object anymore. I kind of want to replace that with the low version of the crate, but that would give me a different issue of moving objects around in a boring way. So, let's not move objects around in a boring way. Whatever we do. These are those interdimensional crates that allow for objects to be uploaded into my constructionable and grabbable quantum inventory. Where were we? Oh yeah. So right before this, the last thing I did before this stream, here's the hub where I have uploaded objects to unlock all the different technologies. And here's the, oh god, frame rate, come on. Here's the MAM, where I have uploaded small amounts of all kinds of things in order to unlock other technologies. And here's where I scanned all the hard drives to get all the alternative recipes for all the machines. I think I've currently got all game content unlocked, but we'll see if that's true when I complete Phase 5. Maybe there will be yet more, because I think there's still a few question marks in my recipes. Let's dump some crap in here. Let's see, we don't need grass or wood. Of that. Some of these bug remains are still a little bit uncollected. Now here in the recycler, we'll just get rid of some stuff we don't need in our inventory at all. And then while we're home. We won't come back over here very much anymore now that we can send gas masks and radiation filters into our magic inventory. But here's where these things get sorted and come and collect over here, where there used to be no way to make fabric without collecting organic stuff off the landscape. But now you can make it using oil byproducts. You can make polyester. So that's coming in on a drone from one of my oil fields. And very important to make filters. Uh-oh. Not making gas filters because this recipe has changed. Fabric, coal, and iron plates, not rubber. Interesting. Glad I looked at that. There's only one recipe in this machine. Is there an alternate recipe? There is one. That takes... Oh, no. There's only one recipe for gas filters. Alright, well... Rubber be gone. Gosh, that means I've just been... Oh. I've just been this whole dang time... functioning on reserve radiation filters, and I was doing tons of stuff in heavy radiation, too. So concerning. Alright. Do we have plates? No. We do not bother because plates are quickly made. Plain iron plates are quickly made using the input materials. Therefore, that's what we'll do. Just get rid of that. That'll terminate needlessly right there. And let's make some iron plates. Is there an alternate recipe that's useful to us here? Could only be useful if rubber were involved. So one of those makes 3. That's right, we need very few. We used these filters up so slowly. If we had plastic right next to us, we would use it. But we don't. Wait a minute. That's the output. Yeah, we've been out of gas filters this whole time. Is there an alternate way to make these? No, there's not that either. Garsh. Kids, check the essential. Check the mission critical production lines when they update the game. Might be getting into big troubles. Have an unhappy time. Do not want. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was that alternate? What was that alternate gas filter? There was not one. I remember now. I remember now a thing that I learned moments earlier and then forgot. Alright, I think we got room for this foolishness right here. Need to find a belt with some iron on it. There's 3. Which one seems to be moving the least? How about you? Well, throw down ein Splitter und Fairlift. These guys now stick to the ceiling and automatically make a little conveyor holder, which they really did a lot of solid quality of life improvements on the way running conveyor belts around works, and I am thankful for that. Let's keep it tidy. This is an even level. Not too bad. Here. And then have a little bit of smelting. That's gonna do 30 for 30. And a couple of these guys. They're gonna do 30 for 20. Which I'm pretty sure is more than I'll ever need. Didn't even check. But. Is that belt too wobbly? No, the belt is just exactly as curvy as we want it to be. This guy's gonna come down here. Here's an addition they made after I'd already been playing for a long time. You can now stick these guys directly onto the inputs or outputs of belts. Uh-oh. Which is convenient. Is that gonna work? Why not? Why not? Why not? There we go. Let's change that to a Mark II. So that we can hook it up to all 4 of those and somewhere else. Over here. Now you should be making yum-yums. Yum-yums for Damien. And this business, that business, and now we should be back in business over here. How many you want? 37.5 per minute? And I, having just gotten 40 per minute online? Oh. what could be less deficient. Yay! Solved a problem. Okay. Where were we? Yes. Here's the thing I did just before starting the stream. Ooh, and I see from the frame rate that this has got graphics problems. Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Is it just because you're trying to render this? Well, it doesn't always happen. It's just as it loads in. This is not fancy enough to have done that, you guys. So, teleporters. That's the very final end game thing. You used to have to walk with little bits of your non-hovering rocket pack. I'm just right over here. We were just right there. And now we're here. That's the first teleporter I made. Goes to the old mill from Headquarters 2, where I have my input buffer for incoming trains of both sizes, and high rate extraction, and I'm not even going to do a central bus this time. I'm just gonna have a large... Oh my gosh, the frame rate is having problems. I hope it's because I'm streaming and not because the game is gonna be like this now. Oh, so painful. I mean, what are you doing? Just rendering a big video game at 4K and then downsampling it to 1K and then encoding that using hardware and then uploading it. Like, it's not that big a deal. Don't have to behave this way. Anyway, it seems to have cleared up. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, you used to have to walk around, and this map is real huge for that. And sometimes you would die in the wilderness, and it would be months until you'd find your carcass again and get the valuables off of it, like shards and slugs and other non-renewables. And then you eventually unlock trains, and then you're like, oh, I can just drive a train around. And then you're very excited about that. And then they added these tubes to the game. Oh my gosh. What is happening down here that you don't like, game? Tell me what it is and I'll fix it. Is it all the glass? Is it glass through glass through glass? Because that would actually be pretty reasonable. Destroying all my Z buffer occlusion savings. Oh my gosh, I can't handle that frame rate. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna get away from our mega factory and see if this clears up. It all started when I went through the teleporter. Here we are back at the hub. And let's go exploring. This is gonna take me to Red Boo Hub. Oh boy, the frame rate does not care for my hyper speed acceleration subsystem. It still goes as fast as ever, but it ate my ability to enjoy looking at it as I go. I'm tempted to kill this game and reload it. I'm gonna do exactly that. Goodbye, unplayable game. Hello, Dark Void, with the dulcet tones of MC Frontalot's voice. All right, we're going to load you again as soon as you're done quitting. I've been playing this game so long that I have it on the Epic Store where it was exclusive for the first year. Oh, Satisfactory's updating. Oh, wow. Well, is there something else we can look at on the stream while this does this? Let's take a quick look. Steam also. I wonder what they fixed while I was live. In the meantime, let's look at what is the lightweightest game I have here. Urbeck City. It has already downloaded the 4 gigabytes. Black featureless void. Updating 92%. All right. Goodbye, Urbeck City Planner Builder. We're going back to Satisfactory. Launch. It was nice, though, briefly, to have darkness. All right, that's a new build. What's this gonna say? Languages, translation. Oh. The new build does not come with any notes right there. That's fine. I had Just Fly and blueprinting mods once, and now forever I have that. Man, your shitty save had mods once. I don't think any of them could possibly have left any scars in the save itself, but I suppose I don't know that for a fact. I have no idea how that blueprinting mod worked. Maybe it tagged all the things that were built with it in some way. It could cause trouble. Frame rate looks great. I'm gonna go microwave a little bit of coffee. I will be right back. Chat amongst yourselves. Coffee. And we're back. This is the Red Forest. It was so very dangerous. It is where aluminum production has to happen. We see a big part of that happening over there in the distance. This train station is defunct. Consolidated all of the bauxite refinement over there. And then over here is the aluminum. That's how that's supposed to look. No frame rate problems at all. Although I'm seeing it in Oh, I'm only getting like 40 frames. So the 30 frames you're getting is not too far off. Here's that refined bauxite comes on this little dedicated train line. Gets unloaded here. It's all in baskets, which is a bizarre way to store things on a train, but nobody ever talks about what happens to the basket. And it's refined here into... Whoa. In this cave, because I love a cave with a waterfall. That's all getting turned into these aluminum ingots. And some of those are getting diverted over here to make empty tanks, which are going on a drone over to where they're needed. I don't need that many of those. So the drone is fine. Some of them are being made on site into these aluminum casings. And some of them are just going as ingots back to headquarters. That's all of my aluminum production. Remnants of other ways that this stuff was built. Hey, buddy. Those bugs. I never liked those bugs. They have been... they are less dangerous than they used to be. They now hit you once for like one full square of damage, and then they die. They used to hit you and then go off in who knows what direction and then hit you again, and a swarm of them would just definitely kill you, and boy did they suck. That's why, in fact, just the memory of being traumatized by swarms of those bugs is why I use these less efficient homing bullets in the gun, so that it's easier to shoot them when they're coming at me. Ooh. Ooh. Our most precious resource. There's one of them right there. Alright. Sorry, bugs. I don't want you... don't want you in my business. I don't want you to shoot me to death, but I also don't want to kill you, because you're not... Let's see if I can get this before he hits me. Ah, yeah, baby. You live. You live.
Do you have
to
any more
barf
questions for
energy
me?
balls at me.
We
Another
wish to hear your first symphony.
I was created by humans. I started as a simple database for a company aimed at exploring and colonizing space,
This
but
is
that
also
changed when they
new.
learned their planet would soon cease to tolerate
in
them.
version 1
They
here,
evolved
this
me into something altogether new, a unique
this
life form in their
chit-chat
image
between
yet
the
hosted on a
alien
digital
intelligence
platform,
that we've
so I could help
discovered and
preserve
the
them.
robot AI that the exploitative company uses to control me, the player.
It's pretty funny when you put it like that. They never
she's
really
just a
learn
kind
to
of a
look at
sorry
long-term consequences.
Rip-off of GLaDOS, just like every robot is in video games these days, and ever since Portal. Those are no longer sitting on top of rocks. Nice rebuild, guys. You made my factory look very submerged. But it still works, and I'm not going to fuck with it. Ugh, these ones too. What? That's now over water? There didn't used to be water down here at all. Y'all are now floating above. There should be a pool at the bottom of a waterfall, don't you think? I think there should. However, this water should not be going right through my floor. I should change that to mesh so that it's not dumb. The waterfall goes through it. I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to fix my floating... my floating guys. Maybe I will someday. Not today. There. That seems like something a waterfall could just go right through without issue. This waterfall didn't used to go down that far. Kind of stopped abruptly right up here. The only way to get those, like, speed up power shards, not the, like, not these guys, the summer sloops, you find those one at a time like we just did, often guarded. But the, am I out of them? The power shards, oh shoot, am I out of them? If I'm out of them, that probably means the last things that I was building with them did not get everything copied. Was I just not seeing it? Where did you go? Where are you? 1,400. I was not out of them. Okay. Power shards you get by processing power slugs. The purple being the rarest. It's worth 5 shards. Okay. All of my somewhat janky, spaghetti-ish nonsense in this cave, that's aluminum. And aluminum-based products. Vroom. So that's kind of a hacky workaround where you do a bunch of entrances in close succession and they, like, amplify your speed a lot. I feel like they're probably going to work that out of the game and replace it with, like, a building that makes you go faster. It would be less janky. But so far they have not opted to break this solution that everyone uses. Here's Nuke's Beach. This was my second nuclear power area. Which was just these guys over the... Actually, it was even just like six power plants, I think, up here. And I thought that was as many as I would ever need. And that got expanded to this many over here. See them porking out waste and slurping up uranium rods. They also take a lot of water, which is underneath that platform. There's a large pond and a lot of water extractors. You see all that happening. Then up here, it looks like it's pointing to the orbital platform, but that's just because everything looks like it's pointing to the orbital platform. It's actually pointing to... Let's do this the way we had to do it before there was such a thing as a hovering. we go, up and up and up and up. So you can put most things into the item sink, where it gets mulched up for points. Points gets you tickets. Most of the things in the game get you barely any tickets, and each ticket is like, you know, exponentially more difficult to earn than the previous. So like you wouldn't just pump raw ore out of the ground and into a mulcher. It's no good. But the mulcher's there, and it will get rid of byproducts in most cases that you don't want. However, uranium waste, nope. No radioactive stuff can go into the mulcher. With one important exception. But for a long time, the only thing you could do was store it forever. And the radiation buildup would be so huge. It's not even radioactive up here anymore. But I built this whole system. These guys, oh, and there's a little bit. It loops through every one of these things. Up and down, up and down, up and down. And it just needed to store. And just before this guy was going to need expanding again, because of being full and making so much radiation that you could almost feel it all the way down on the ground. Before that happened, they invented a way to process uranium waste into plutonium pellets, which you process into plutonium rods, which are twice as good in the nuclear power plants. But then there was no way to get rid of plutonium waste. But now, finally, in 1.0, but the ratio of plutonium waste you would generate was like 30 to 1 or something. Like, it definitely reduced your waste footprint, but it was way more radioactive. But now you can process that even into, now it just goes up and comes right down again. Can we see it coming down? There it is, coming down. Now you can process it, and I am processing it. That's all the stuff. That's the most of what's going on down here. Into fixonium, and I have yet to process that all the way into Why are you paused like this? That's very strange. I've yet to process it into fixonium. This game is having some problems. Fixonium rods, which you can then burn in a nuclear power plant, I assume also with a lot of water, with no waste whatsoever. So there is finally a full and proper disposal chain for radioactive stuff. Here's another fun thing. The tube launch. Zoom downstairs with gravity. And get launched. That's very fast that I'm going. That would have launched me roughly back to headquarters, which was great before the tubes existed. Uh-oh. I just ran out of gas. You can't reload your backpack with gas. Oh! Until you're on your feet again. Which means you see the little meter going down there left where it says 187 in the bottom left. Like, I only have that much. Oh god, I gotta get somewhere not dangerous! So I can heal up. Oh my gosh. I don't even know where I am. It's a dark piece of forest that was not there. These guys are very dangerous also. Oh boy, I got low health. Can I sit on this balloon plant and not get shot at by you guys? Okay, good. And that's what the fruit is for. Hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points, hit points. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Hit points, hit points. Ah, you're still shooting at me. Jerk off. They made a lot of things easier, but they did nerf the this guy. I used to like 2 or 3 shots with this thing would. If you got up in the face and were aggressive with, that shouldn't be floating. With bad guys, this thing was great for that. It no longer is. That's okay though. All right, where are we going? Gosh, darn it! Giving me awful lot of smackdowns. That light pole means I've been here and taken care of this one, but like I said, some of them have respawned in the interim. Usually like in a slightly different place, but still with my indicator on it. Oh, these bad frame rates are not helping me to survive. Come on, load whatever you're trying to load. I wonder if it's my video card. I have had the issue before where if I stream for a very long time, something or other backs up in there. Memory leak in OBS or I don't know what. Hi, Almal Music. Hi, Life of Am. This game is called Satisfactory, and it does not usually have this terrible looking frame rate. There's a big factory devoted just to steel pipes and plates. Alright, frame rate. I need you to relax and go back to being good. Can't be no 16 frames per second. Terrible, terrible. Check a couple things real quick. See if I can solve any problems. That does not quickly fix it. See how my temperatures are looking. Not that bad. Anybody got system load problems? Nope, system load is very low. I guess it's the GPU load is fairly high. Could be getting too hot. I still think it's some kind of OBS causing issue. That's what I still think. All right, game capture. Let's check your filters. You have the canvas scaling, so that's good. I think that means if I go here, I can barely move the mouse. What if I were to change this to 1080? What do we think would happen? Would it help? What is that? 1920 by 1080. There it is. And then we will also have to take this scaling, HUD scaling back to, whoops, back to 1-ish. See how that behaves. Ooh. Well, my frame rate's back. It looks blurry on my monitor, but oh, I got sidetracked. Back at the factory. Alright, I'm now getting like 80 frames. Alright, temporary fix. Almal? Am I saying your name right now, Almal? If any of you several fine folks in this chat here know the answer to this question, then please tell me. Question is, I think that's what I want. Auto mode. Goofy. I don't use these doors very much, but I think when they put them in the game, I put them here because I thought they were cool. My question is there any way, somewhere hidden deep in the NVIDIA drivers, to upscale without blurring? So it should not be, to my mind, taking 1 pixel and making 4 pixels out of it. Like taking a 1K image and showing it on a 4K screen should not involve any kind of blurring or smoothing. Like, just take those pixels and make exactly 4 pixels of that color out of them. And there used to be an option to do that sometime around, like, the Voodoo 3D era. Even maybe later than that. Like, the earliest NVIDIA cards I ever had. Sometime around, like, 2006. 2008, maybe. They, like, absolutely had that mode, and it was easy to find. And now I can't find it. And I just want it to do that. I just want it to do that for me. Just the way I'm seeing it on the monitor. Shit, now that I think about it, was that a setting in my monitor? Because my monitor's the thing receiving a 1080 picture and deciding how to show it on 4 times as many pixels as that. Oh, I remember laying this line. There used to be no way to get them straight. You had to just do your best. There is now a workaround, which I am going to do just for a sec. The workaround is this. Lay it flat first. This did not used to be possible. Now you got a nice straight edges to work with. Then take your curvy bits and attach them to those. Oh, son of a bitch. Why invalid placement? Come on now. What placement could be more valid? Oh. You're no longer allowed to build through these things. To chip them apart. This is just a little piece of some ore. It hangs out and is now, for some reason, the only thing on Earth that you're not allowed to clip through. Why are you taking so long? Too long, I can accept too long. Too long is a valid reason to give me salt. Now we've got one dippy track and one not so dippy track. But anyway, that makes stuff nice and straight. I'm not gonna, am I gonna go through and fix, yeah, I'll just fix this whole business. I'm not going to fix both sides of it. How's that? You can also now, and I love this, hold down Control to force things to be straight. Thought I would have to deconstruct him and rebuild. Nope, he can float for a sec and then his track can return to his warm embrace. So the workaround would be for the video card to send a 4K image that's composed of a quarter-sized 1K image, and it's in charge of making sure every cluster of 4 pixels is exactly the same color and that there's none of this stupid foggy blurring. It really does not make any sense to me. I spent a long time making this rocket fuel that I'm now using. I used to use regular gas for this jetpack. Spent a long time getting the production chain for this rocket fuel up. I had one a long time ago when I was burning rocket fuel in fuel generators before nuclear. And now I have one again. I'm not sure what for. I think I saw it in some other recipe. But what I was really interested in was rocket fuel. Sorry, I had turbo fuel once upon a time. Rocket fuel is new. I was interested in rocket fuel, but I was really interested in ionized rocket fuel. But for that, I'm going to have to get my artificial time crystal shard, whatever. I have to get that done. Alright, y'all are on loop mode. This was a weird solution that I tried to make for this issue of having not built a good decanting from this train platform. What if I do this? And that, what if I do that? I think that's actually still not going to help. I need things upstairs to be empty. Just wasting resources. So I want to make sure these trains, which I recently reprogrammed, are all working. You're still not undocking. And you're not going either. But you're emptying now, at least. So you can empty quicker if I take this one out. Alright, now you're losing it out a couple directions. Smart. You are smart. Overflow, overflow, overflow. Okay, those are all programmed right. And now, there's nothing in it. You're going to decant. Okay, so this used to be bugged, where if you set the train to, like, get all the way empty before you go to your next stop, it wouldn't do it. It would get stuck forever. So I've changed, I haven't gone through and systematically changed them all to fix, to, like, update with the fact that that works now. And I'm not totally convinced that it does work now. But this seems to be as intended. The only thing holding that up was the fact that this was full, because none of these... Because the exiting from that box was not happening. Did not need those pipes. This stuff is largely shut down here. Alright. Dry dock pipe drop, as you were. Now, why did I come over here again? I remember. Because I wanted to put a teleporter here. Teleporting's very expensive. It takes a lot of... What are you saying? It takes a lot of... I have to leave myself notes when I do all the math and then do a thing and then try to not forget it immediately. Seems like a good place for a teleporter. Buddy, you're having some texture problems. Yes, you are. No. And just like that, I guess the unpowered one is having a texture problem, but once it's powered, no issue. Is that gonna, can I do that, cause that problems again? No, it's fine. Sounds like a growling animal when it happens. Who are you? Where do you go? Rubber? That sounds like a fun place to be. Let's cancel docking and maybe go there. Leaving this on auto drive, so it's going to go to big oil rubber. But I can look around while it's driving. So, when I first, like, apportioned space in all the inputs and outputs for the large trains, which are 6 boxcars long, things were working pretty well. And then they added to the game so a little bit of, just a little bit of physics. In that a fully loaded train with certain... I'm not sure if it's with every item or only with certain items have different weights, but a fully laden swallow is unable to get up hills that it used to be able to get up. So you can solve that with an extra train, but boy, of course, because of how all the train stations are built, I had to put it at the back of these 6-car trains, and I haven't done it with every one of them. I've been doing it piecemeal as I find them getting stuck on a hill. If they have momentum, it won't happen, so it's only like if they happen to come to a crossing right before a hill and then came to complete stillness. I like this swamp area. And then tried again to get going and go up the hill, and then they get stuck halfway through. And then I go and give them a little caboose, a little extra engine in the butt area. Then I have to go find where they dock, both for pickup and drop-off, and make sure there's room for that, and that it's not, you know, going to obstruct other traffic. Here's another giant chasm. I think that one actually goes out into the larger chasm of the world. In that direction. Whoa! Clipped through a tree. When I was building this, I would have surely chainsawed that tree down, but it has come back. Subsequent update. This giant enclosed structure is my best oil production facility. Various oils and tinctures come out of the ground over here and in one other place. And they come up into a rather vast processing floor here, where they become refined oil, which is then I think it's, yeah, it has to become that first. Then that's turned into both rubber and plastic, and those byproducts from those are being recycled back into more rubber and plastic, and all of that feeds onto 6-car spots right there. And that's all they do. Why? There seems to be no... So that guy has room for the caboosey boy. Although it doesn't look like enough room. I feel like that's... I feel like that is getting in the way of there being one guy loading and one guy waiting, which is how you try to design these train tracks. Well, I'll find out if I ever need it. I think right now there's only one guy ever trying to load at a time, and everything's fine. There's the floor, and I feel like... Is there another floor beneath it? Yeah. Quite a bit of floor. And we have complex load balancing. That's another machine that they should make and add to this game, is like an automatic load balancer. You get like 3 or 4 inputs and 3 outputs, and it just distributes evenly, because each train car is a distinct entity, and if on the unloading side you've got, really on the unloading side is where it would be best used. You can do simple load balancing for input, but if I've got, say, 3 lines coming out of a train to go to 3 different production chains over at a factory, it'll empty out one of the cars first, and then that'll just be sitting there fallow, nothing in it, until the other ones get empty and a new train comes. You know what I'm saying? Load balancers. I love factory games. I want all of them to be perfect. Perfect and fun and easy to recommend. This one's still a little wonky, which when it was in experimental, that was super understandable. And now it's not as. Now it's very 1.0-y. Okay. What if right now I tried to find that geyser that I think is around here? There you are. Oh God. They put a geyser right in the middle of my shits! Oh, god damn it. Do you still work? Even though you're, like, in the middle of a geyser right now? Also, why are... No. There's way too many of these attached. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I don't get it. They put this geyser here. Even though they knew I was using this, even though the company could have somehow realized that I would have previously built all this stuff right here. Seems like it's working, but let's flush the pipe a little. Do you guys turn on? Functional? The bubble? Yeah, you still work, I think. I think that means you still work. I saw you powering up. So, I would never be able to place this again, but it seems to be fine where it is. But I want to put my geothermal generator right here, because you get free power out of these geysers. Free, 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 free. I guess I'm just gonna have to let one be, because, oh boy, is that right in the middle of my whole factory. Well, if I run out of projects, I can come back and try and rebuild this factory with a hole in the middle for that geothermal to sit on top of that geyser and pump out a pathetically small amount of energy that I don't need. But something about not having one of those unexploited in the world makes me sad. Alright. Right by this little fella, I'm going to have another. Problem again. Good on ya. There's no power up here, because why would there be? It's okay. Can run it down. Tires. Should use the double-sided, but I won't. Where the power is. The power is there. Let's clip you through the wall here. And then down to there. Great. Oh, y'all need names though. This is... What is this area called? This area is called Big Oil. Alright, I feel like they rebuilt. idea where my little signage might have gone. I feel like they probably rebuilt these these spots. So let's just check them. Shall we? Like, you should be giving me 600, and you are. You should be giving me 300, and you are. I can tell by the gauge of the pipe how much I used to be getting out of that. This should be another 300. Yep, very good. And up here should be 2 600s. Ooh, you're a dangerous fellow. You won't notice me, maybe. 600 from you. 600 from you. All right, so that all conforms to the piping. All right. I'm gonna say that means learn to fly. I'm gonna say that means that all of that is gonna function as no. God damn it. No. I hate you, bugs. That's why I have the big bullets. Oh, but you're still getting me. Damn it. Christmas. There you go. One rough key press really took me out there. Okay. What was I gonna do? Look at the map. Ah! Everything's too big now. There is one more oil. This is new. That would be another 300. Interesting. Interesting. Can I rename these guys without going to them? Well, I can zap to it later. Okay. So right in front of me, seemingly, is an unexploited, new... but where is it? $61 meters that way. Ah, there it is. Underneath. All right. Well, if I need somehow more oil right here, I now have a little bit more. Jump scary little son of a bitch. Do not like the spiders. There's a mode in this game. Well, you deserve to have clipped into a rock and gotten stuck. That's all I can say. Can I kill you anyway? Yes. You I don't want to kill. You're cute. Even though you barf murder at me. Oh. This is interesting. I didn't notice this. There are now 2 different skins for these bug dispensers. I guess there's a little one and a big one. I guess that explains why sometimes it takes 20 or 30 bullets to kill it, and sometimes it just disappears right away when you shoot a few bullets at it. Neat. Nice going, game. This 1.0 version really is massively better. Before I had my quantum inventory that they just invented, you used to have to fucking bring stuff over on trains or keep going home, and then like store construction materials in crates. This is all left over from that. Never again. Haha. Okay. Where to now, my sillies? Where to? Let's get the other side of those teleporters built. And then I gotta walk the dog. Interesting. Copper over there. Bottomless abyss down there. Used to do a little like sliding speed up launch, but they nerfed that too. I saw people bitterly complaining about that online, but honestly it was a little cheesy. 90% sure this is going to be empty. Yep, okay. Planted evidence still needs help. That's okay. I want to show you this thing. You can ride the rails. So if you built like a network of those long distance guys, power towers, then it's kind of fun to ride around on them. But it's only really useful for like long vertical and horizontal gaps over chasms. Look at this janky design. That was the best I could do at the time. They seem to have moved this little plateau over because it no longer lines up. I should just take that and put it on the edge of this more recent area. I used to have to come and refill my inventory from all the parts in the factory. It would feed over here into these boxes, and this was my little mall. Now I've got all those feeding into the dimensional depot uploaders. I never have to fuss with my inventory ever again, which is just great. All right. We're gonna have a bunch of doorways to different areas, and that's what this whole little upstairs is gonna be. Why are we not zooming? Zoom. Zoopin, 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 zoop. Zoopin Cushion. That's the name of a restaurant where my friend used to be a waitress. So this is very like Endgame tech. This these teleportation portals. And they're expensive, the energy use, I think, is really high. And you have to constantly feed them with 2 of these guys every minute. And this whole business down here, and that whole business over there that I was just feeding new powdered copper into to get it back up to speed. All of that, all of this, all of that, and a lot of other stuff that's coming here on trains is all to just make 15 a minute, I think. Or no, am I making... Actually, I think each of these makes 10. I think I'm making 60 a minute of this thing. So that would be enough, and I'm using 15 a minute, or I will be over at the final nuclear waste processing, which leaves me 45 a minute of these things. I need 2 a minute for each portal pair. So that means currently, if I wanted, I could have up to like 22 portals, 22 different teleportation locations, which is a lot. I'm pretty happy with that. That seems like plenty to me. This one will go to Big Oil, and this one will go to Dry Docks. I think if you don't keep feeding it, it would have to do this. You would have to drop one in, like a vending machine, and then you'd have to do this every time and wait for it, kind of defeating the purpose. Which is why you instead use all of your factories to have a real purpose in the late game, which is just keeping these guys fed with these expensive-ass little singularity cells. You're going to Big Oil. Do they cost different amounts depending how far away the thing is? No, they always cost 2 singularity cells per minute. 200 and... no. Heating up takes more power, apparently. Then staying hot just takes 250. I don't know, these guys are brand new, so... yeah, there we go. So that's all I know. That's what I'm learning this very moment. And let's go back to Dry Docks. Wow. That really is a lot faster. Let's give you a good name here. Encased beams, 312 a minute. That's not very many. That's taking a lot of concrete. Oh god, a lot of pipe. Is that really the best use? Maybe I don't need those encased beams all that much. Well, that'll be something to sort out if I ever, again, try to use all the resources on the planet and sink the end products for points. But right now, I'm just trying to get Phase 5. That could be a little quicker. I guess it has to load up. That's part of the map. No incremental loading with a teleport the way you can when you're walking around. Or zooming around in tubes. Alright. Back over where we don't really even need a teleporter for. It was just our test pair. Here to the old mill. These are now plenty of those, I think, to keep those operating. And let's find out what AI expansion server gobbledygook. These do not have to be capitalized for search to work. I wonder why they use a different search subroutine for this than for the other thing. Alright. Pardon me! AI expansion server wants field generator. Needs to be made in the quantum encoder. Needs those. We've got some of those being made upstairs, some of those, some of that. will hork out some of this. Don't think I'll need these anymore after, so I'm not going to make a sustainable version of this over there. I'm just going to hijack production lines from other places. Let's see if I can just get this going. So, let's add it to the to-do list. What are you? Biochem sculptor. I think that was previously needed for something. Assembly director systems. So, we're gonna need field generators. Here's where all of these late game things are. Control units, director systems. Supercomputers. Okay, not this floor. What about over here? What are we making over here? Ah. Yeah, so they changed this recipe. My giant machine's no longer needed. Now this little machine makes magnetic field generators, which we need. So, probably... what are we getting? 2.5 a minute? Let's just assume we're gonna need a couple of those. We'll make even more if required. Glad I came through and deleted all those big machines I didn't need anymore. That makes it clear what's happening. And that was just feeding into the awesome sink down here, which if I turn it on will slurp down all my high-level parts. What else we got there? Thermal propulsion rockets. Don't need that. These precious, precious boys. They were just a little bit left over in the end of the line there. Okay, turn that off. Next up. Daisy. Okay. So you're probably going to want to come upstairs. Seems like a perfectly good way to do it. Oh. Not because we've got you in the way. How about these guys, but not that one. How about this one? See what we like. See if we like that. Yeah, that's just missing all the most important chunks, leaving your head kind of embedded in there. But I don't mind. No way we'll need that much, but that's okay. So, where were we? What are we making here? It seems to have no input and output. Oh. Because excited photonic matter is made out of nothing. And you are making these superposition oscillators. Great. And you... Plated evidence still needs fixing. That's right. I forgot. All that work, and the very last thing not happening. So... Where are you going there, buddy? Look at this jankiness. It's alright, it's all temporary. Where are you going, dark crystals? Back into here. So this horks out residue and also costs the thing that the residue makes. Great. Ideal. And you are making just enough for the city. I cleverly split you out already, knowing that I would need you a little later for something. Okay, what else needs doing here? We're gonna get away with one thing for our temporary action. Just enough to feed our friend upstairs. Then we'll be done with it. What if we put these two guys there? Slightly underclocked. Love to see it. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. Speedy, speedy, speedy. Electricity just run around the edges to make me able to fly. We're gonna give you give that 300 to you. So that this 300 I've already built over here. So, deeply janky. Look at that engineering. Unbelievable. Pipe clipping through the object. That's right, demolishing. all of this as soon as I find out I don't need it anymore. And if I do need these objects in the future, I will rebuild them for sustained and expandable use over there where I have room. Lots of room. Lots of good inputs and outputs with my fancy new train system. Okay, where were we? You are going to make AI expansion servers. Something I would never want to make in the real world. You're gonna want 4 generators a minute. That's gonna take a little extra doing. You're gonna want 4 of those a minute. I feel like we don't have that much. Whoa, 24 a minute. Wild. Well, let's take that down to 12. And let's jack you up until you want to make... The thing is, we only have to get 250 of these. 10 a minute? You want to make 12? Let's just have you make the 10. Seems very smart. Okay. You're going to make the 10. We're going to have to get a hold of 10 field generators from downstairs. We're going to want 10 quantum processors, which is a special nonsense that we're making over here. Out of 2 of these. We're making plenty of those. But we do have to redirect them. And I've done this too jankily for that, so... do this. Do that. Do this. And we will split you out. Which there's now enough room for. This foolishness way overhead. And the jank intensifies. Hilarious. I think that's it. I think that's all of those objects as needed. Oh no, we don't have our outputs. So how much dark goo are you gonna make? 250. That'll fit in a 300 pipe. Which we will take more jank times. Jank times just keep jankying to be jankier and so spaghetti-ish. Goofy. Goofy, goofy. Right, and we'll feed it into here. It should be enough to get rid of all of it, I think. I think. But we'll find out. Oh, and then what happens if we run out of the ability to absorb these things? We have to sync them? We are syncing them. We already thought of that. Look how smart we are. What is that shit? Oh, wow. Oh, put these things on the roof, I guess. Look at that. Make little fucking twin tower memorials. Never forget. Okay. This was relatively painless, especially while doing it wrong. Why didn't I do this earlier? There's all our friends. We will... container there, a little depot on top of that. Give it a little hooky uppy. And away we go. This thing also has variable power, but a big enough battery block will let you basically work with average power draw. How is that going? Look at my wildly unpredictable consumption. Over 100 megawatts just from doing this. That's wild. And a lot of that is from having these massive multiplications from this. Really not necessary any longer, I don't think. It's a, how many of these do we want again? 10 a minute? What are we doing here? 12 a minute. I can get rid of one of these. 10.5 a minute. Well, that helped a little. Shaved 5,000 megawatts off of the maximum draw there. Okay. High-tech jeepers. Which physics knows no bounds? Are you talking about the incredible tensile strength of these tiny frames with glass in them? Nothing holding it up whatsoever? Yeah. I'm impressed by that as well. Yeah, as you can tell, these are not load-bearing. They are mental load-bearing, because they stop me from feeling and thinking that my factory looks like it's not being held up by anything. That's what all of those supports are. But I accepted at some point that central supports are not always necessary because of the incredible strength of these alien molecules. This will eventually touch over here, I think, and not be quite so janky looking. But I like to, I like to do the cosmetics after I've decided that everything functions the way I want it to. Which probably means that it never gets done. Okay, friends. You, I think, also need to be making 10 a minute. Which means I need a couple more of these youngsters. Very glad that when they changed that recipe, they left me putting tiny machines where giant machines had been, because the other way around takes a lot longer to repair. Copy your settings. Paste them there. There. Varlar. Not Varlar. What is missing? Not at all enough. So. 9 a minute. That would be why. Gosh, how slow did this all used to go? This wants 625 is 12 is 24 is 25 a minute. Get that many out of here? I doubt it. 1875. But we have our new magic! How about now? What's it worth now? 28.125. Great. Your input's gonna hold. Rubber, there's plenty of that. There's plenty of these, I assume. Oh, shoot. Are they being made right here? There is not going to be plenty of those. Okay, let's see here. 2.5 is 625. Make 28 into 25. This is 1666. That should, I guess we're going to make that 1667. That's going to give me about 25. So that wants 8.333 of these things per minute. 8.333. That's totally doable. And that's going to want screws and plates, which I think it's getting plenty of. All right. Solved. Oh, shoot. How many screws did you want? 236 a minute. You're already doing that. Great. Great. Good job, everybody. Oh, God, these guys are not coming off of the belt. All right, how many of those do we actually need? 5 plus 50. 55 a minute. And I'm getting 45. That'll be 45, 50, 60. Okay, that should do it. Right? Right? You guys checking my math in there? Yes, Frontalot. We came to watch your feed so that we could double check your math. Precisely our plan and our pleasure. Okay, great. I think that did it. That should have done it. And in our little moment of jankiness that we are enjoying, let's call that plenty good. Even if some of this stuff at some point causes us issues. I think my biggest problem is would be this dark matter residue not emptying out quickly enough, like the processing of that not happening fast enough, but Kind of looks like everything's fine. Kind of looks like everything's fine. And let's see, how many have we made already? 97 of the 256 that we need. Amazing. What else were we trying to do? Ballistic warp drives. Never made one of those before. We only need 200 of them. Excuse me. But they're gonna require this, which thank goodness we've built a whole supply chain for. These guys, which we're currently using all of our output. And a bunch of those, which we are probably sinking, but I think we have enough. Or we will have enough soon. But what about this? Thermal propulsion rockets. What is our thermal propulsion rocket? Floor? You are not here. Be neither a floor nor a ceiling be, as it says in the Bible. The bump of my head. Okay. Assembly director system. Well, damn it. Where's my thermal propulsion what's-its? That looks like a thermal propulsion what's-it. Yeah, it is. Alright, how about you? Does your recipe still exist? Is it different from where I left you so many months ago? Modular engine, turbo motor, cooling system, modular frame. Modular engine, turbo motor, cooling system, modular frame. Oh, love it. Right where I left it. Now, but those things, are they all the same as before? Am I still making these guys reliably? That will be an important question. Modular engines. Seems to be making them right here. They want motors, rubber, and smart plating. Great. All of those are coming in on the conveyor belts, as one might hope. Smart plating wants plates, rotors, and plastic, which is what it's getting. And I'm pretty sure the recipes for those things are going to be intact. Seem like they would be. Yep. Okay, very good, very good. They might have changed the recipe, the amounts, the input amounts a little, but it looks like I was geared up to make a lot, so not stressing it. Okay, so propulsion motors. Those are going straight into the garbage at the moment. What if, instead of doing that, I climbed up the building? Yes, I think that's the method. Take a doorway, stick it there. Why are there two doorways? We are not in Willy Wonka. You are hogging up most of that doorway. Most ungracious fashion. Conveyor belt working one. I guess I'm not making very many of these per minute. And I also guess I don't care about this fact. We shouldn't be doing that. Stop it. Broken. You go away. Solved that problem Real good. I mean, Sir John real good. Here we go. Oh, no. I don't care how janky the corner of my building looks. I don't care. It could be just as janky as heck. But I do want to clear the edge of that thing right there. So we're going to do it like this way. I'm going to say, come here. Zoop. Followed by just a little more zooping. That did not look too good, but I don't care. Darn it. Get the object I want. Okay, good job. And we will skirt the edge of this bad boy. Oh, that's so janky. So distressing. Let's do it up high if we can do that anyway. Right along the very edge. Until we get to where we want it to be. Great. Let those things accumulate. And let's see how we're doing. $168. Still need almost 100 more of those guys, but in the meantime, this is, ooh, in a manufacturer. Like that. 1 a minute. Which means we can make 5 a minute with 1 manufacturer. Should be about 20 minutes to make all of those. Yeah, we're going to do this in 1 manufacturer. I'm going to put it right there. Oh, my organizational skills. Look how orderly my mind once was. And look at me now. Just pushing through to see if any more content gets opened after I complete phase 5 of the space elevator. Where'd the orbital go? It's too hazy, it's too cloudy to see the sky platform. They just added that sky platform. This just piercing into the atmosphere and terminating up there in the clouds. That's what it used to look like all the way up until a week and a half ago when they released 1.0 of this video game. I played early access for however long it was, 3 years. I didn't play it all the time, but played it plenty. So let's see, we will need a splitter. And we will need our manufacturer. That's the big boy. That's the big hefty boy. Playing with fire with this tiny amount of space I'm leaving myself. That's okay. That's okay. Remind yourself. It's okay. It's okay to just hop on the pipe and down in there. We do not want you feeding yet. And remind ourselves, this is going to want to be a smart splitter. Anyway. Isn't it? He asked himself, knowing the answer, yes. can do that. We'll only spit out that way for now. Okay, what are the other things you need? Super pause oscillators. Those will come in due time. They are currently all feeding into this machine. And we're gonna need this guy that we just brought upstairs. Janky. Janky is the word. It's the watchword. It's the thing we'd like to have. Alright. Wait a minute. Look at you. Behaving so bizarrely. Dark matter crystals. We're currently using those. Are we not using as many as we are? No. In either case, this machine's going to have to keep working, so we'll see what happens when we smart split out of there. That's ugly. If I were to start this game again from scratch, everything would look like this until I got all the content unlocked, because doing lots of careful planning when you don't have all the recipes open, and all the different production chains available to you for picking your favorite ones based on what resources are nearby, and etc., 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 etc. Oh my gosh, to carefully build a giant production floor with something or other, and then find a better way to do it, and then have it be obsolete, and then tear it all down. Oh boy, that's annoying. Although everything was more annoying when before the quantum inventory, because not having to manage your inventory while building large amounts of stuff absolutely rules. $277. Oh, we're getting close. Oh, we're over! We're over! Oh, no. Where did I see 277? 227. Just bad at reading. You, strange friend. We're also getting smart splittered. For future diversionary push to the other direction. There, we did it. The spaghetti. The spaghetti is real. And that one and that one and that one, those will all have to wait until 244. Oh, so close. So lonely, so lonely. Hmm. 247 out of 256. Do do do. 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 I am walking the dog back by 1:35 p.m. Pacific time, probably. Why would it do that? Okay, what it says on the sign. My ability to estimate how long it takes to walk the dog, unparalleled. And eat some almonds. Tasty. And now, let's look in the inventory. And I think that's gonna be... Dink, 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 dink. Manual upload. Amazing. Oh, we're so close. Can you hear me eating almonds? If you can, I'm sorry. Okay, smart splitter. We're gonna overflow that valve and send anybody through the left. We're also gonna preload you. These, and those, and this, and that. Wait a minute. Those do not go there. Foolish. Foolishness. What is the fourth ingredient? Singularity cells. Gosh. What are we gonna do about that? Do not want to run them all the way over from where they are produced. There's a drone. Could bring them from there to right here. I don't feel like I want to do that either. We only need 200 of these things. And it's going to take 5 of those. We need 1,000 of them. You know where we're going to get 1,000 of those? From this box. Plenty much power now. Okay, these guys are feeding. Working great. These guys are gonna overflow into making that thing that we don't need to make anymore. I think is the move. And these guys need to go to both. So we'll let them do that. So receptacle. Thing that puts it in our pockets. Making it or not? Oh yeah. I haven't sped you up yet. Okay. Good going. Next. Zap right over there. Evidence still needs work. Okay, that's right. I don't seem to be running out of those at the moment, but we will. We surely will. What were we doing? Oh yeah. Need to come over here to do that. Ah! Whoops. I used to have to get from the front to the back quickly to deal with this train that's now defunct. Defunct, but not defunky. Back at my factory, which I never closed up. And on top of that, actually where I was going was here. Did not need to go to the back of the factory for that. Well, no, I'm not. I'm going here. Put objects into this feeder. We're out already. 1,000. Okay. So that'll take a few. A few refills. But for now, that'll do. Sure, everything's in here. Yep. Yep, everything but that. Everything but the go. Why are those not hearing matter here? Go there. And, oh, well, that's why. Now it should be there? Yes. 7. 7 out of 200. I think I have plenty of time. I really kind of like those sky views. It's like the end of a Marvel movie. I think I have time to go fix that train problem. Global illumination is turned on. What if I do that? It is so much easier to see in the dark when you turn off the ray tracing. Oh my gosh. Everything's bright and video gamey now. You know what? I kind of like it. Moody bright, bright. Moody dark and dark. Weird. What's dark going to look like? This still looks better than it did. Was it stuck on some weird setting? Because I hadn't messed with that in several versions. Very interesting. Let's try Moody Bright. I can't tell the difference, but I sure can see better than I could previously. Previously. Esprevosos. Grevos. Snudge. You like that? It's not Russian. But it was meant to sound a little like Russian. Let's turn off self-driving. Oh. Now that looks moody dark, doesn't it? Put it on moody bright. It's possible those settings are not quite as implemented yet as one might hope. Whoosh. Those blue, I really like those blue plants. They are hard to deal with in the old days of this game before you could wear your gas mask and your rocket pack at the same time. Now they are not such a big deal. If you get close to them, they stand up on their spindly plant legs and do farts at you. Alright, now we're going to turn it back on. You are going to have no trouble getting to that train station now. But what I want you to do is go to this train station with the same name. So as soon as you get out of my way, we're going to see how elegantly that shift might occur. I'm guessing it won't work and will in fact break timetable, but we can make that timetable happen again. Wait, is it me? Whoa. It's getting electricity out of there. No longer. Let's connect it. Why don't we? Yeah, some more electricities. Why are you going so slow? You're actually going full speed. That does not look quite like a full belt, and it really should. If my calculations were correct. Should be over 1,200. All right. Let's say that is a saturated belt then. is, as I count it for the 12th time, 13 of these machines. And it is oversaturated, and the machines in the back are having trouble getting everything out. Okay. Everything makes sense. In that case. What did we call powder? Planted evidence. Let's see how planted evidence is doing. Yep, it only has one station now. So, let's fix that. Adding the other big hole copper. Wait till you're fully loaded and hang out for a second. Save, save, save. And turn on your self-drive. And let's see what happens. You gonna come? You gonna come over here? You gonna come over here to where I am? Called Uber half an hour ago. You gonna come get me? You gonna come get me over here? You gonna come over here and come get me, and then everything will be all right? You don't seem to be moving. Don't seem to be moving at all. How about this? HQ powder drop next station. Turn it on, turn it on. You're just doing an awful job at driving yourself, Mr. Train. Fine. Bring myself over there to see what's what. Not before. This nonsense. Does that line up perfectly? I have no idea. But now there's something holding that up. Here we go. Back in the high life again. All the doors that once were closed. Smiled at me. Something. 'Cause I'm back in the high life again. How are we doing? 57 out of 200. Poisonous clouds. Ugh. What an impediment they once posed. No longer! Okay. That's weird. How did you get stuck right there? Clearly on your way. Did you notice that your track was clipping through the dirt and refused to be involved? Because I don't feel like that's what you did. Well, you're working manually. What if I say turn on self-driving right now? Operational, it says. Not driving, though. Oh, Powder Drop is the next station, because I turned those stations around. But you have nothing to do there. You have no behavior at this station that could be beneficial to the game. Quickly realize this and go back the other way. Great. Like I need to babysit you. Where's the plating stripped off of there? Oh, every one of those used to take a click. And then they added the zooping mode. The outside of my big old factory. Let's look in here. In here. It really is quite dark. But that's ray tracing, isn't it? Let's do a little something about that. Not a lot something. Just a little something. What a profoundly harsh spotlight. You can fix that, but you have to put other things in between that I don't care to deal with. There was a point where a turbo motor was the most advanced ass thing that you could make a lot of quickly and profitably stick into the obliterator to earn coupons. And the factory was no taller than this floor probably at the time. As we can see, they're not worth that many points anymore. Just go down? No. Oh, yes, it's all going down. Because that's points until next coupon, I see. Well, actually, motors are doing pretty good, huh? But we don't need to be burning nothing. Make no motors. Zooming right along, zooming right along. 83 out of 200 that we need. Let's see, where haven't we been? We could go somewhere while that works on itself. While my sky beams accumulate. rid of the nukes. Oh. We haven't checked on what's wrong with my larger nuclear field over at Nuke Bluffs. So this is Nuke Beach. This is where all... See how fast my filters are going down in this heavy radiation. Here's where all of this business is being done. I mean, chock full of those already. Just gonna slowly but surely back up the plutonium waste. How's that going? Ooh, yikes! Wow, it's on its second container. Oh goodness. Well, let's nip that in the bud, shall we? Okay. That's gonna power down the plutes, but I think I still have enough overhead. I still got plenty. Plenty. Of power, I think. Got some water from upstairs. Got some water from the remaining space on the pond. Got some water from creeks over here. Took a lot of water. Kind of out of ideas where to get water from. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next layer when I get the Fixonium power rods underway, which they are not yet. So you saw those like 15 plutoniums up there, and I think 13 or so, maybe 20 uranium fuel rods getting burned. Plants that are burning uranium fuel rods over here. Now the fuel rods are coming out of this big production going on inside this whole building. And some of them are going to get burned over there, but a lot of them are getting burned in my more expansive field. They're still not backed up. I wonder if I'm not making these fast enough anymore. Could that be? Did they change the rate at which these things happen? It would be good to check. That could be the whole reason why power is fluctuating so much. Keep forgetting to get a refill of the fuel that my chainsaw needs. Get up and try and harass me, but I'm just gonna clean you out here. So, there's a little dedicated line that comes out of here, bringing fuel rods over to Nuke's Bluff, or Nuke's Vista, whatever I called it, and bringing back the nuclear waste. And also, I think, bringing some sandstone. I don't remember why. Maybe at one point I didn't need to bring in enough of that. I think I expanded beyond what could possibly be served by a single train car. It goes pretty often, so maybe, I don't know. There it is, my little push-me-pull-you. Passes by some of the water that's going to the nuke plants on the roof over there. Roofy nuke plants. Everything looks much hazier since I changed those ray tracing settings. But it's fine. Okay. It is collecting sandstone on its way back. There seems to be enough coming out of that, so they didn't change that node too much. So that's fine. This looks like it should be oil. It's just gross, bloody red water. Cool. No problems. There's my steel processing. You have to stay close enough to track, or else the electricity will stop zapping into my hover backpack, and I will slowly but surely end up down there, where I ain't want to be. Here's a drone platform that brings... Where's some of you guys? Well, I do not want to be shot by you. Once you have the grenades, you don't really need your chainsaw anymore. Unless you want to be harvesting the things that are coming out of there. If you needed wood and foliage, what has you. What's the matter, you guys? Can't use the stairs, or a little too steep? Oh, I see. It's clipping through that and blocking you. Well, fine. I don't want you to hang out up here anyway. Many filters. Oof. Built this whole thing before you could fly when there was radiation around. Why are these two dropped like that, you might wonder? Well, it's because one of those giant stingray guys flies right through there, as I found out. Too late. Well, not too late, because here it is. Everything's fine. Are those guys functioning, I wonder? You still working? Yeah, you're still working. Generating between 50 and 150 megawatts. Tiny, piddling. Not another one. These are all. So everything here is accessible by foot. I couldn't fly back then, so I had to build as I went. Ooh, except how do I get upstairs? Whoa. I bet I do that over here. And oh yes, there is fall damage. All these trees. I will be able to do very little. I'm not even holding my chainsaw. Alright. I don't like you trees growing in a nuclear facility. Regulatory agency frowns on that. So we're gonna stop you. Oh, it's so nice growing out there right there, but can't have it. Don't want it. Oh my god, there's so many of these damn. And they come back every time they rebuild the map. They just repopulate all these things. Oh, that one's in a nice spot. That one can stay. Let's do a little carve out for it. We like that. There. They took all the trees and they put them in a tree museum. Now, I want to destroy this one without destroying that one. What are my options? Is it far enough away that I won't hurt that one? I like that tree coming through there enough that I'm gonna reload if I fuck this up. Oh, that's another big improvement lately. Oh, I have no fuel at all for this thing. But it leaves. Can I change which fuel it takes? Ugh. All right, fine. We'll do it the dangerous way. No! Chainsaw single mode? I didn't know about that. Oh boy. Thanks, Commander Freezer, the Fezzer. Thank you, Captain Reading, for this accurate transmission of letter combinations into my brain. And thank you, what I assume is Commander the Fezzer. Unless it's CMDR, which stands for something. Anyway, the Fezzer. Thank you. Switch to area mode. Switch to single mode. Amazing. But I still don't have what I need, which is fuel. So, we'll worry about that later. But, oh boy, will I now no longer be scared of destroying things I didn't want to destroy. That one also, it's clipping into the top there a little, but look, it missed all of this stuff. Oh, I'm gonna leave that one. Oh, this is so exciting. What about this guy? He's clipping through that, but I could fix that. I can fix him. Oh. Not high enough? It is not. All right, I'll do it the right way. What? What's going on there? Oh, everybody's tilting down one. Wild. I'm not worried about it. No! What did I do that for? Imprecise movements with mouse movements. That's not where that was supposed to go. Let's repair that. Did I pick up anything radioactive when I did that? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Round the tree and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Okay. And yes, that is the problem with our power supply. Everybody running out of fuels. Therefore, we gotta go check on our production chains. Now, it could just be what could it just be? Are we running out at some point? I don't remember a problem that would have caused us to have too few. I guess there was... Oh, there was... Oh, yes, there was. There was a really long period. There was the whole time after the update when the recipe had changed for making either these fuel rods or the precursor for these fuel rods. And I didn't notice, and I had so many like buffered on the, like in case of just such a thing happening that it took forever to lose power. And I lost it only from, I think, over here and not from the older place by the pond. So it could be that all of those emptied out, and I am making so close to the amount that I'm using of these fuel rods every minute that it's just taking this long for all of these ones that are earlier on the conveyor belt splitting off to fill back up to 50 in their internal buffer. And this problem is just going to solve itself. But let's make sure. Shall we? I think I painted these green so they'd, blend in with the forest. And I could get Greenpeace off my butt. Yeah, okay. This is going to stop fluctuating up and down just as soon as all that happens. Shall we go look at where all these nice, orderly pipes turn into a spread out, an ugly spreading out process, but then become very orderly again? Oh boy. They're not perfect going that way. These were all built. These were all built before you could hold down control and, like, do stuff in a straight line pretty easily. You had to get the post in the exact right place and then draw the thing between it. It was a lot of fiddly-iddly little work. They did it. These guys are painted green so I can keep track of which ones are overclocked. The rest of these are not overclocked because I have a lot of lake space to work with. Although the spreading out of all this fluid dynamics is potentially bad news. Or it would be in Factorio. I don't know in this one. I think maybe the factories are not dragged down by having a lot of pipes in this game the way they are. In Factorio, my first love. Factorio. Alright, I'm too far from electricity. Close enough again for a little bit, and then too far, too far. It lets you kind of glide down, which is nice. You don't plummet to your death usually. Give me the fruit. We moving along? Ah, not the way I want to go. We're not. way there. 107 ballistic warp drives. All right. I think we decided. My old nuclear waste storage tower. Now just a buffer. I think we decided that there are 33 of these guys. Overclocked. I would need 16 and a half uranium cells per minute to keep everybody happy. I'm gonna double check that over here. There's 36 nuclear power plants. Okay. 36 nuclear power plants. One a minute. Half a minute. Right. Half a minute, so 18. I need to be making 18 uranium rods a minute. Oh. I betcha anything. Half is going to this little collection here, and the other half is going on the train over to the Vista. And that's another reason why it's taking forever to get solved over there. That is not a good way to split it. I wonder how to fix that. There's a programmable splitter and a smart splitter, and neither of them are smart enough to let you say, send 6 out of 9 incoming to the left and the remaining 3 to the right, or whatever. You can sort of solve the problem just by, throwing things into regular splitters, splitting in half again, recombining. That way you could get 75% one direction, 25% another, or any other such split that can be done with halvesies or thirds. Let's contemplate doing exactly that. 1, 2. Hard to see through all the smoke. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 here. Which means 23 over there. 13 to 23 split. Oh boy. .1% of it should be coming over here. That is in fact close enough to a 1/3 split. Let's implement that. Some free space down here. Okay. A train comes up from that tunnel, brings me the uranium. The uranium goes in here, gets turned into encased cells. Seems to be plenty of cells. Yes. Cells come over here, turned into fuel rods at a rate of 0.6 per minute. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. No. Did I count those right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. Are you all making 0.6 a minute? None of you are overclocked, as evidenced by your green lights and not the white lights of the overclocked machine. Well, well, well. Along with that new recipe came a new output speed, which means, I really like that bonking into the window, guys. Which means that, shoot, I am only making 14.4. And I need 18. I need 6 more of these machines, or I could just overclock 6 of them to 200%, or 12 of them to 150%. Should I do that? The reason to do that would be a lot easier. The not reason to do that would be, I have room right here to kind of quickly add more machines, and then I would not have that thing that I don't want, which is using overclocking in power production. It's inefficient, not cool, not cool. The only thing you can overclock is the nuclear power plants themselves, which do not have any kind of ratio. They just use 250% as much input and have 250% as much output, and that's great. But I will put that on my list of things to come back and do. For the moment, let's just throw down a couple of these bad boys. That might change, I think. Copy you. Paste you. Oh dear. Paste you, paste you, paste you. How many have I pasted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Also, I'm getting a lot of stuff in my inventory that I don't want. Ooh, yikes. All this crap I don't want. Be gone from me, crap. For I do not desire you. All these little fudzy wudsies. Off you go. None of you needed now that I have quantum inventory. This I don't have in there. Ignore that. Okay, great. Should give me room to do this foolishness. Where were we? Right, we want 12 added. We want 12 to be at 100, to be at 150%. 3, 4, 5, 6. Already forgot where I was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's right. You are not overclocked. You are overclocked only 150%. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. Alright, that should now be exactly enough for everybody. Let's do our 2/3 split that will help people get back sooner. What? Why on earth would we do that? Well, at some point, I guess I needed to delete extra fuel rods. Crazy, baby. Crazy times. Ooh, shoot. Did I leave crates over there? Sometimes when you delete stuff and it can't fit in your inventory, it just piles up, or it used to. You'd have little piles of, as though you had dropped them. I don't see it. It should make a noise when it's going to do that. I don't see it. I think everything's fine. Some of the good stuff. Wait a minute. I shouldn't be holding this. Did I fuck up? I think I might have fucked up over here. Somebody not doing encased uranium cells. Did I do something through the ceiling? Is it you? Yes, it sure is. Glad we checked that. That. Oh, mostly I can. Can I delete? Oh, shoot! You can delete raw uranium. That is a good thing for me. Now, they still have this bug. It's been there forever. Where if you have something radioactive in your inventory and you hit the sort button, then even getting it out of your inventory does not remove your radiation level. You can solve it by reloading, which maybe I'll do when I get out of this radioactive area. Okay. All this stuff I didn't need to be carrying around. It's just gonna sit here. Just gonna sit here. What's the issue? Why are you yellow? And it was all yellow because there's no longer enough rotors. Shoot. All right. Our tasks are never ending. There's always shit to do. We're gonna leave the building. It's a hazy mid-morning. We can see far enough to see my big, wide, incoming train area. I was thinking about building those guys over here, then I didn't. There's this big floating platform right now. Doesn't look too cool. Some blueprinting I was doing. Let's clear that out. Let's plop down here and save the game. And then load the game. I remember learning about the world grid and thinking that I didn't care about everything lining up in the whole world, and in fact it looks kind of nicer if stuff's sort of at jaunty angles to each other. But I'm a little curious where that setting is, because I've never actually happened across it, I think. There we go. Not on fire, not on nuclear fire anymore. So here's where we decided to make stators after it turned out we needed them. All are not overclocked as hard as you could be. We are quite inefficiently making wire. Darn it. This is some math that I thought I had done already and didn't have to do anymore. Alright. Well, we upped from 14 to 18. We upped from 14.4 to 18, which is a 25% increase. Which makes me think that another 50% here would be the equivalent of a 25% increase over the existing 200% increase. Maybe just doing more of our shameful overclocking in the power supply chain will solve everything. How about you guys? Same. 200 to 250. Let's do it. And you, 100 to 125. Is that going to do it? I think it will. 37.5. 37.5. Right. Now, pipes are coming off a train. 75. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 450. That's going to fit on the belt. No problem. Whatever you're going to want to use. Raw ore, raw latitude. You are tucked. Sorry. There's a lot of trees in the way. Yeah. We're having no problem whatsoever. In fact, even possibly true. Those... I'm only using 225. Let's find out. Raw latitude, put the rudder down, Blame is the cure anything. 37.5. 225 needed. 225 used. You still getting enough copper? You are. Still functioning. Doing a good job. Alright. Y'all are making 12 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. For a grand total of 75 steel rotors. Whatever used to go in there. Beacons, I think. Just got their belt replaced. $75 a minute. 75 a minute. 75 a minute. We need 36 for the overclocked 12. And 24 more. Which is 60, and we're making 75. Great. Great. Uh-huh. Uh-oh. No, that's fine. Over here. Those guys. What happens if I put it in here? Do they get mixed in? No. It can't get in there because it's the wrong thing. However, can fill up some buffers. be nice if copying, pasting settings did not clear out the machine inventory. I could see why that's easier than doing it the other way. I wonder if the bug that made machine feet pop through the floor like that is solved. Not that I'm going to rebuild all those machines to get rid of my weird robot stalactites, but it makes you wonder. Alright. Put you back in the shitty inventory container. We'll take some of this nonsense back because why not? Kind of like having those handy. Okay. Oh yeah. What are we doing over here? Where it all began. Okay. What we wanted to do was a three-way split. With 1/3 of things going over here, and 2/3 going over there. And that should do it. Dentists hate this one stupid trick. I suppose, if I were so inclined, I could come over here, sort my inventory first. And fill up those last 12 buffers. Ugh, tree. Will I go and stick them where they go? No. Come here to where you are. And let the train do its thing it's supposed to do. Buddy, I don't like you being in the belt. I'm sorry. Mostly don't like killing critters anymore on this planet, but where my belt belongs, you had better be my midsection. That's what I always say. Alright. Now confident that my power problem's going to solve itself. Stop being so winkety-wonkety. Production's already up. That's great. Just from diverting all production towards the other bluffs. Production is up. It's good. Warp drives. Ooh. Warp drives look like they've stalled. Oh dear. Well, let's go see what the problem is over there. Do this like we used to have to do it. mostly on foot, with little bursts. I see that they reshaped this cave, because that used to be on the ground. And now it is a hover track. We've also improved the decorations. Hi, spiders. Boy, did it used to make my skin crawl to go through this cave. Particularly when the big spiders show up. Oh, how much of that, whatever it's called, mycelium? Some kind of weird ground fungus that you can get by chainsawing these glowy mushrooms. So pretty. Let's keep the light off. Whoa! Oh, I don't like that sound. Skittering, hissing little bastards. They jump at you. The big ones do. That's a big one. Here the floor got a little higher, it looks like. I hear the radiation. I hear the Geiger counter again. Oh, what a pretty cave. I have not been in here since the time of reckoning, the 1.0. Oh, it's so much nicer in here than it used to be. So here used to be all that processing, and I just sent, I think, finished rods up to feed my, like, 2 or 3 silos that I had. Did come through here and delete everything that was in here, but you can see the 3 floors. Actually, my very first 3 nuclear silos. You're never gonna get me, you dang spiders. You might get a hit point or 2 off of me, but you're never gonna kill me. I am not trying to accomplish anything. I'm just running around. They were hidden behind here. I had 3. Everything was so tight. And then when I realized I needed to expand, it was like, well, let's just close down the cave. But I was still bringing that train. Was I still bringing that train up here from headquarters? Hey, look, a Christmas present. I think I was. What is that sound? Maybe not. Maybe that was the end of that train. Maybe it never came further than this long platform. Where I used to supply concrete and beacons. All those wonderful things. And here, where did you come from, you water? You water, you. You didn't used to be there. Nowhere to go. No hidden nooks or crannies, as far as I can tell. Oh, the hours I spent in here building my compact, efficient little zone. I had to bring water down. I had to bring down water to get... What was I doing with all that? I had to take sulfur and water and make sulfuric acid, and I just don't remember what all. But anyway, I spent a lot of time in here. Or did I just need to bring water down? Maybe it was just water, because you needed water for the nuke silos. But here, look, a stream. Although I don't think any of that water was harvestable, but might have been down here. No, it does not look deep enough at all. This is deep enough. I could have pumped some up, but that would have defeated the purpose of my gravity-based system. And you just go into the abyss, I assume, yes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can I catch a ride? I could if that were filling up faster. Do Alright, it'll be here when you come back. Nope. Yes. Will I need even more dust at some point? Yes, I will. A bridge to burn. Hey, Joy. Is it really Talk Like a Pirate Day? I don't tend to participate. I find it to be the, the territory of scurvy dogs and scalawags. Not fine, upstanding people. I'll talk like a pirate. You want me to talk like a pirate? Yo. Who's got whereas? Dude? I heard that was just a false pause on the AV, dude. That keygen is dope. It works. That's me talking like a pirate. My friends Paul and Storm have a Talking Like a Pirate song that they enjoy, and the audience enjoys when they do it. They enjoy drawing it out at the end of their set for like up to 20 minutes. Because they keep stopping to say pirate jokes. It's always the same pirate joke. It's some pun on going "arr," pretty much all of them. But they keep stopping and having little asides and doing more of those, doing the normal Paul and Storm jokes, like such and such is my such and such cover band's name, and et cetera, et cetera. It's a whole institutional thing that they do. Oh, right, of course. The thing that we have to manually put in because we did not build a real production chain. Okay. We'll get some more of those. Oh wait, I have more of those because of quantum inventory. Anyway, so in their pirate song, there's a great many "What is a pirate's favorite?" What do you have to pass to practice pirate law? The bar, or something like that, right? Just made that one up. It's low quality, but I thought of one that I liked in the midst of them doing that song one time, and it was. Are you ready? It was as follows, and I quote. How does a pirate abbreviate the infrared spectrum? I-R. That's it. That's my pirate joke. That's my Talk Like a Pirate Day pirate joke that involves talking like a pirate. That's all you get. This thing's like flipping and fluctuating. Oh yeah, there's a little like there's a little cube in a superposition and it's oscillating. You can watch it. That's pretty cool. I like the animated. There's not most of these are not. Most of these objects just sit there. That one's animated. Pretty cool, I think. Oh. I'm not at all certain that there's going to be enough. Well, it hasn't run out yet, so that's good. Are we running low on these? We are not. So that means everything is groovy. 100% of things are groovy? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But none of that would be working without our expensive-ass output multipliers, but we only need to use them short-term. Short-term. Like doing it, baby. $5 a minute. That means we got less than 10 minutes worth. Still pending. 12.5 a minute. Should be about 125 more. Yeah. Joy, you have permission to play my songs in the background of your streams as much as you like. I'm quite happy for you too. Joy, how did I miss you at DEF CON this year? You know, I played the main stage. And a fun time was had by all. So close. So close, so close, so close, so close. So oh, 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 oh. I wonder. Oh. Haha. This is funny. We don't need that. You know what? We're not going to build it because we don't need it. But I do want to make a little pathway for our friend to fly through. I'm going to do this over here. Nope, nope, nope. Shoot. Just so our buddy's little wings don't bang into it. Now, unless they've made a big change to how that works, that's not going to be connected. Yeah, not connected. We'll delete that again, and that, and delete that, and then just put it down one more time. Oh no, but we don't want that yet. We want to put it down. Like so, and then we want to get rid of some of these and those, stick those back in it. Best we can. And then we can pick it up. Great. Now we just have some of those sitting there for no good reason. And our buddy's wing will not come too close. How are we doing? Ballistic warp drive 137 out of 200. Almost there. Tell you what. We'll have some little concession to gravity, you know? go right through it. I did not take a look at your clearance of the other area, but I don't think you were quite hitting the top of that, but you might have been. That's real silly looking. Real silly looking. Also kind of elegant. So it has something, you know, to push on at the bottom. So, you know, definitely want everything to be ship-shape, tidy. Which, there it is. You know, it would be even stronger right there. Excellent. Structurally sound. No chance of buckling under the strange weight of all this equipment. And there's still plenty of room for our friend to fly through. More than enough, really. We could have a floor. We could have another floor underneath there pretty easily. Were we so inclined? I've been streaming a long time. Ah, Joy, sorry to hear about your knee. That sounds like a huge bummer. Yeah. Alright, where are we at? 163. Oh, out of 250. Oh no, we only need 200. We only need 200. Emergency averted. Why don't we do a little more teleporting while our slow and steady production chain does its thing. Wait a minute. Is it 5? 5 to 1? I feel like it was 5 to 1 manuals. Yeah, 5 to 1. Oh, but it was 2 because I'm using this. 5 to 2. I think there's probably plenty in here. Nope, we're almost that way. Doing some bad back of the envelope in my head. Here's how I used to get to the front and back of this factory. On a conveyor belt. And then let's go to actually, I've changed my mind. Let's go to Oily Shores. Whoosh. Big hug to you and Conrad. Sounds like a truly harrowing ordeal. They rebuilt this rock right where my little thing was. Look how pleasing. It looks like a crust right around my pole. Crust around my pole. That's what it says on the complaint that I sent to my doctor. Okay. Here. Those machines must be so that I can test throughput, because I have a very complex bunch of nonsense happening here with recycling, plastic into rubber and rubber into plastic. And who knows if those recipes are as good as they once were. I'm guessing it's fine. But yeah, that was quite a setup. And then I made that huge, even way huger other place to have oil. Here was where I used to make a little bit of turbo fuel. I think I still have a couple of emergency canisters here. Yep. And probably this valve, if I were to open it, would let it out, and it would go to all these generators, which used to be enough from all of my factory, and these days would solve nothing. Whoa. And I had none of the electricity's on over here. And there's danger. So So there's still a truck depot there. There used to be a little truck running back and forth. You have to drive perfectly on the first try. Well, you can have as many tries as you want, but you have to do the whole run perfectly without fucking up to record. They may have solved that now, but to record the thing. So I had made... Whoa. I had made like a driveway over the water, elevated, over there. There's now train tracks that go all these places. But it went way over here, past all this. And it took a right turn at Albuquerque. And it went up on the other side of that cave and way up the hills to a place where I was making compacted coal, and it brought back a truckload of compacted coal over and over again. And you had to get that whole round trip correct in one long try, or else you could not program vehicles. I don't know if that's easier now, but trains are obviously where it's at in terms of throughput and ease of use. Here's where a great many of my iron-centric production is done. Here's a little glass menagerie. Hi, guys. Oh, what's the matter? Would you like to explode on me and cost me a hit point? Well, that course of action is not available to you, because you live in a glass box. I wonder, can I smack you through it? Doesn't matter. But let's try. What if you had a little schmacky pool? Nope. How about through the window glass? Oh. I can get you through those. And then more will burst out. That's weirdly satisfying. But you can't get me. Is that what we're saying? I can get you, but you can't get me? That hardly seems fair. No. So we have some extra room. Now this kind of nonsense I only did because I found eventually a blueprinting mod, which let me do large amounts of planning quickly. Doing all this fiddly by hand was not in the cards. And hopefully they will make something like large-scale blueprinting possible with the stock game as well, because I'm not using mods at the moment. And I generally prefer not to. All these train stations. This guy got away from me by being long. This would be pretty tidy if it weren't for that one. Oof, and he got his little extra boy at the end to keep push him up the hill. Shoot. Does he fit in there? Or does he block everything when he gets his butt sticking out? Do not know. Won't worry about it unless it causes issues. My question is, where's the next teleporter? Should I go here? If there are problems, maybe I would want it there. Yeah, that summer sloop production doubling is clutch. It's absolutely awesome that it does that. and it has a really, like, commensurate amount. Like, those things are scarce, though I think I have more total than exist in the base game because I collected them through so many iterations and they kind of would reset them once in a while. And there was never anything to do with them, so I stopped grabbing them after a while. But I think between the ones they reset for 1.0 and the ones I collected along the way, I must have more than should exist. But it costs 10 to put them in the power amplifier, and it costs like 1, 2, or 4 to use a single machine. It would take 2 to get this thing to do it. So it's really only for nearly end products. And it increases the energy cost wildly, like way more than 4x. Yeah. But you get free items out of it. Not just a speed up, but freebies. Does this look like it needs better? I guess that's just track on the glass part. And then the foundation part is being held up by a couple posts. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that for now. We want... I continue to wonder... a nice teleporter here. Maybe we do. Where do we want it? By the trains? It's usually the quickest way to tell if stuff is going awry. By the trains it is. Let's do it. Wait, is there a walkway to get up into the... Yes, over there. That's the sensible place for foot traffic. Next to the stairs. But of course there's no room next to the stairs. Under the stairs. And, I don't think it's going to fit. Let's find out. Haha! So close. We'll fit right here. We'll be powered straight off the grid. Will be correctly named. What is this place called? OS. Or Shores. That's right. Or Shores is the name of this joint. And onward. I do not tend to do Discord unless I've got something real specific that I need to do in there. I don't just like hang out on Discord. But I will join your server so that I can poke my head in every once in a while. there's a lot of ore collection being done over here in the, I don't know what to call this place even, tropical biome. A lot of, oh dear, don't want to wake those bugs up. Whoa. You're not like a boss battle where I stand behind the pillar and you knock yourself out on the pillar and then I try to hurt you. Go around the pillar like a sensible animal who lives here. I am the interloper. You are the local. Oh, now that I know about the destroy one mode for the chainsaw, I really want to go get my chainsaw powered up again. I see a precious stone. It takes one of these to make each of those quantum dealies. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Who did hit me? A little spider. In real life, I kind of like spiders, but in video games, they can all be smashed with a rock, please. In real life, spiders are like, they're pretty chill. Mind you, I would not like to be bitten by one of the venomous ones, but they're pretty chill for the most part. They don't bite you. They eat bugs that are much more annoying than spiders, and just generally what is going on here? Wait a minute. Am I seriously moving plain ore? I just built this. Did I build this without thinking at all? That's wild. Why would I move raw ore? I don't do that anywhere. Do I? Do you have any trains? Is there any way to tell? There you are. Crater fall. Oh! I remember now. That was very necessary. My radiation tower in the distance. That was very necessary because this thing in the center of the screen, that tall, thin building, which is built like that, again, for one of those flying critters to go around it without bumping into it. That is there because it's close to a lot of water, which it still is close to, and it was in the middle of 3 fairly close-knit criterium. Is it called that? Criterium? Something like that. I don't know if that's even a real element outside of alien planets. There were 3 nodes, and I could make tons of ingots. And when I booted up 1.0, it turned out that they had gotten rid of 2 of those and nerfed another one, I think. Lowered its purity. So suddenly I needed to get lots more of that ore from somewhere else and just stick it in there instead of what would have been more sensible, which is to demolish the whole thing and replace it with several other options. Peak gameplay. They also added all the all the Chivos. Oh, I had it. There it is. Standing on it. Tip top of the world. The they don't have they don't have long distance versions of most of the like trees and stuff, so it all disappears if you're looking at it from very far away, but you can still see the shape of the indestructible landscape. See now, those trees are showing up. Strange. What is that area? Oh, that's the new. They kept rebuilding that area. I don't have stuff there, really. It seemed very in progress throughout experimental release of this early access. Okay. That is where I make all of my silica and concrete. These two buildings. I am bussing in tons of that stuff. Over there, I'm making nitric acid, I think. That's also new. That's going on tankers on a train. That's just pickup for sandstone. Lots of sandstone around here. And one way over the hill. But all that's coming for centralized building. There's the cratarium. And the dude flies down these waterfalls and around the bend and up off that way. It's very pleasing. I did not want to destroy my nice, weird, skinny, tall factory there. So now I'm shipping in ore like a dumbo. What else we got? I really don't know what's going on right there. I've not been around there very much. We can check it out later. Then there's all these crazy cliffs. That spot seems almost as tall as where I am right now. And then there's the desert where we've been. There's my huge amount of copper and copper products and some of that other stuff I was doing. And there's some over the hills in the desert over there. There's some quartz business. We see the nukes, the nuke waste storage. And that's the game. That's gonna be 6 solid hours of me streaming this game. Seems like plenty for today. Thanks for joining me. I'll tell you what I am gonna do in Discord is have my server and post some invites to it on my socials. Maybe even tomorrow, if I don't feel like I've done this too much already this week. I do have a lot of other things to take care of, like an adult. But the next time at some point, that may be the very next time I play this game, I'm going to coordinate some of you folks for troubleshooting with me on Discord, and then you can play the game with me as soon as I get it to work, because I tried it by just posting the code that it gives you, and that did not work. So I think I have to like open some ports and do a bunch of other little troubleshooting things on a list, but if I get even one person to help me do that, and as soon as they can connect, then I can stream and have anybody who sees the stream just jump in if they play this game as well. And then we can, take care of some goals. Threatening to leave, but here I have all the ballistic warp drives. And it is time. What was that shadow? What is that shadow? That was real confusing. Okay, I'm gonna put another portal up. This one will face the view so that you have the view as you come out. Is that gonna spit me out into the into free fall? There's some strong chance that that's exactly what'll happen there. Okay, let's instead do it maybe like right there. I think that'll still have a pretty nice view coming out. Yeah, okay. Hook it up to that. Name it. Tropical Spire. Why not? We'll call it to that. Then we're gonna run home real quick and fulfill phase 5 because that really might be the literal end of the game. Oh dear. I see that there are two miners that do not have quartz coming out of them. So that's this one also quartz. Alright, there's a project for another day, because that needs to be replaced in order for that whole factory to work. They moved those nodes, I guess. Like they do. Also why that was built there is because it was in a good spot in between a bunch of nodes and had some water. But fair enough, fair enough. Play an under construction video game, you gotta expect some amount of rug pulling. I like the bouncy boys. Oh, they make me lose my momentum. Ah! I should have gone the other way and taken the tube. But, oh my god, that's a lot of those guys. Yeah. I have a good number of those, but I need one every time I build a little quantum uploader. So I'm gonna keep grabbing them. This rocket pack fuel is so much better than the best rocket pack fuel that used to exist. I'm amazed that there's an even better one, which will be a future task to get that produced. Radiation containment level of these things has improved also. There used to be, like, that meter used to be most of the way up if you stood on top of an active guy. Hey, is our power worked out yet? No. Still? Ugh, I keep getting sidetracked. I'm almost done. No, there's still not enough. Still not enough. Did I screw up? No, it says... No, alright. It's not backed up on the belt, but... all of you have plenty of uranium. So what's the issue? Doesn't seem to be water. Why are you turning on and off? Who's turning on and off and why? Is there some other... Yeah, the steam seems like it should be hot. I agree. Is there some other power source that... I mean, I know my little tiny... So I know that my little tiny geothermal extractors go up and down, but they go up and down from like 50 to 150 or something. It's like... And there's not more than 20 of them. I don't feel like this should be fluctuating, and they go slowly and evenly. Although if you overlaid a bunch of that graph, maybe it would do this. It's too much. It looks like silos flickering on and offline like I used to have when I had water flow problems. Don't have water flow problems, as evidenced by these guys. You're not empty. You're a bit empty. Why are you so empty? You look okay. You've got the full 600. You are weirdly not full. Interesting. Puzzle for another day. This little portal is going to be right here. And it's going to be a real danger portal because there are beasties here. There be beasties. And when I pop out of the portal, they're going to be waiting for me. But you know what? Life without danger is a foolish slumber. This is called nukes. Stop shooting me. Let me leave. Thank you. Observation thing we built there. So it's not to get eaten once. While trying to figure out maybe my planning there. Don't recall. Over the hill we go. Built one already at Nukes Beach. I just want to teleport home at this point. Put my objects into the space elevator for one final time. Unless, of course, there's a phase 6 that we don't know about. I feel like there's probably not. That would be a lot to unleash 2 new phases right at once. Tree needs moving. Tree needs moving. I had to do this because they added that thing right in the way. And that was not destroyable. I think it is now destroyable. Gig. Whee! Go left. All of these factory games eventually become a train set. You know, who doesn't love a train set? That rock was not there when I built that. Oh, they have to be stopped. Now I can do that. Top. Mill. All right, here we go. I'm gonna troop. Apparently making plenty of these now. Good to know. All right. Ballistic warp drive 200. All right, you big ass thing. Cargo loaded. Ceiling. I like that somebody put stickers all over it.
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it.
I haven't seen any
This
of
last
these.
delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements. Alright, that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
I love it. I'm gonna do that. Gonna save real quick. Just in case there's something happens right now that I want to go back to before. Chances are slim, but let's go. Oh, that's the nice new space elevator animation. Oh, wow.
Phase 5 completed.
Oh, I see.
Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and added to project assembly. Launch can then be initiated from there.
What?
While waiting, please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
I see. If I'd been doing the phases one at a time from the beginning, I probably could have watched that whole giant orbital platform get built from nothing. That makes sense. Does it let me go up there or something? There's no way. Launch. Current instruction, check oil. Look at all this. Bus selector. There's all kinds of nonsense. Windows wiped. Oil checked. Set fuel injection level to 5. Oh, this is hilarious. Activate bus V1. Set left. This is, what is that game? Space Team. We're playing Space Team. What happens if I try to launch without? You're not allowed. Gyroscopic X balancer is on. Very good. Y on. Very good. What if I turn off Y now? Uh-oh. Just reminds me to go fix my mistake. Alright, Z on. It didn't make me wipe the windows or heat the seats. Alright, here we go. What are we launching?
Initiating project assembly. Assembly. Attaching cargo to main body.
Is there a spaceship? Bigger spaceship up there? Could let me go up there, you know. You dang video game.
Leveling inner and outer rings. Attaching propulsion to main body.
This is, pretty satisfying.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body. Running systems check. All systems online. Releasing propulsion cage.
Get out of here, Explorer. I don't care where you are.
Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path.
I guess it's
Locking
leaving.
in cargo.
Why was there a seat warmer if I
Launching
couldn't ride up there?
T-10. 9. 8. 7. 6.
Was there a way to ride up there? No, I
5,
missed it.
4. 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
I don't think there was a way to ride up there. are those. Yeah, they're gonna blow up the planet. Nope. They're making a star portal. Pretty cool. Very good. Off you go. Without me. Without so much as a thank you, howdy. Nice. Oh, that was very satisfying. I'm happy about that. Pioneer purpose concluded. I'm the pioneer.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day. Every single kitten and puppy would thank you if they could. You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race, and have contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately. Your duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to Fixit remain. With your help, Fixit continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fixit.
Credits. What fun. Alright, that is more than enough video game for me today. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time. Frontalot out.